Welcome in, guys. Thanks for coming back for episode 2 of the live stream here on Back Roads County. We've got Roots, we got Andrew, Blogstar Gaming, Jaded, Alan. Thank you guys for being here. If I missed anybody, I apologize. We're going to jump right in here, guys, and I picked us up right where we left off at the end of August for last month. So wanted to spend just 30 seconds going over where we're at, get everyone all caught up. So we got a bunch of farming equipment. We got everything set up. We had our first harvest on our grass field over here. We're going to be plowing that up today and turning this into a wheat field on stream. And then we harvested our second field that we purchased over here, which was a wheat field that is most likely going to become a grass field for us over here. So as far as equipment goes, we got a couple of trucks, we got a couple of trailers, we've got a harvester. Hey, Mike's in. Not a bad Sunday, I agree. We got our harvester, our New Holland with the 16-meter Colossus header. We've got our Fendt Vario 1000 chipped with the wagon and the windrow arms. We've got our big Chrome M500 power version mower. Our little tractor on the farm is our JCB 4220. We've got our big stone picker, the Dodge 1-ton, and our backup tipper for the Punkin Peterbilt over there for hauling our grain back and forth. So that's where we are right now, starting out with $2.8 million. We're going to head to bed and get right into September and start on a fresh day, but wanted to make sure that we got everybody in and up to speed before we took off. No silo. Oh yeah, the main farm, Jaded? Yeah, I agree. Searwell, welcome in. Yeah, it's a very cool farm. I love that the cow barn that they have on the main farm, that big one. I've used that one. I used that on the Missouri River Bottom playthrough, and that was a great barn. But there's a lot of, it's a big area with a lot of stuff in it. So let's jump in and see what we want to get started with here. And Mike, you'll be happy to know, outside of moving the vehicles, getting them all set up for the opening shot, no work was done between episodes, so we're picking up right where we left off. So first thing I want to do is run down. I want to buy this cornfield today, but I want to make sure we get a discount if we can. So is it Kate that owns this one? And the corn's harvested overnight. Well, that's a bummer, but that happens. So we will have to figure out a new plan for that field. So let's go back. Let's start with getting a plow then. Something big that we can pull around and get that grass field plowed up. So we'll run down to the shop. I'm thinking let's take this opportunity while we're here and we've got the big Dodge running. Let's try to put a auto drive network in to the shop. Let's see, jump on here, see where and how we want to put this in. Get started right here. Give me 1 sec, guys. Got to get my wheel turned on. All right, all better. So if we start recording here, we're going to start a two-way course. And we'll head on out. I don't want to connect here. Come on. Oh, now we're going to have too many connections. Alright. Click on a different node. There we go. Now we're out of the infinite loop of auto drive back and forth. And there we go. And I think we want to connect this one right up here to the main drag. Perfect. All right, so let's run down to the shop, drop in an auto drive course while we go. We'll pick up a plow. We'll bring it back and get the grass field plowed up. Was looking forward to some corn harvesting today. We'll have to find another way to do that. We're going to switch from a two-way to a one-way because the auto drive network on this map does not include lanes on the main roads. We're going to have to put those in real quick. So we'll jump in here. Nice having the dead zone on the steering wheel reset. That was one of the challenges for the first live stream. I set my dead zone on my Logitech wheel at about 3%. I want to be pretty sensitive. And when I got done with the stream and looked at it, we were at like 15 or 16% on the dead zone. He-Man Killer, love this map, have a playthrough on it, good for building a farm from scratch. Absolutely, welcome in and spot on the comments. Let's see if I have, I wonder if I have the auto drive road networks connected in here. Let's see, fences, under other, is that where those come in? I don't think I do. I pulled them all out. They have some pre-made intersections for auto drive that work quite well. If you guys aren't familiar with those and you're putting in a big road network like this, that is a good tool to have. So I'm glad. Oh, didn't know about better contracts? Yeah, that is one of... So it's a combination of the two mods working together. So Roots, if you come in and you look at the mod, let's see. I always have to go to the other one. It's never exactly where I remember it being. General game settings. Yeah, here we go. So the contract boost mod is what gives you the ability to have a discount. So the contract boost and the better contracts at the top right, the other menu, those two mods work together. So the better contracts basically allows you to have control over the contract side of things, and the contract boost allows you to control the details of the contracts. So with the contract boost, you get all the stuff like enable boost override, which allows you to change the reward factor, the maximum number of contracts per farm. So I could have 10 concurrent contracts running if I wanted. The maximum contracts per type, so you could have up to 10 plowing, up to 10 harvesting, up to 10 fertilizing, whatever it is. And then the maximum number of contracts available on the entire map is boosted up to 100. Has all these individual controls for collecting straw, collecting crops, all the stuff you can change. And then when you scroll down... Oh, I think I have that backwards. No, you were right, Ruth. So it is on the better contract side. So that's where you actually come down here and the field purchase discount you can turn on. 5% is our discount. We have it set up to a maximum of 20 jobs. We're not going to run 20 jobs for any one guy or any one person on the map. So I'm not too worried about that. Just want to be able to get up there and get contracts done. So absolutely a great detail. And, you know, realistically, I think that helps represent, like if you were in real life doing work for people and building a rapport, I certainly wouldn't expect them to, you know, give you a field. But if you're selling to someone you know and have a relationship with, it's likely that you're going to end up getting a, you know, a deal, a better opportunity out of it. So let's go ahead. I want to put a two-way loop in here. We can get all of our equipment set up and going the correct way. Perfect. Come on, one more. There we are. So, connect here. All right, now they can loop any way they want. So, jumping into the shop, we'll check the sales, see what's come up overnight. Been having a heck of a time with the sale mod on a couple of the playthroughs. The Homestead Challenge playthrough, I keep having to uninstall the vehicle system sale customizer mod because it is just crashing both the build, like the whole, this whole set of menus keeps crashing out on me. So check and see if there's anything new overnight that we might want to grab. We're getting back into some of the stuff we already had previously. There's good stuff in here and we will come back and look at it. But I don't think there's anything in here that we're going to pick up today. I mean, that would be a nice a nice 9-meter corn header if we were doing some corn harvesting, and another New Holland here, slightly smaller. So let's come in here, and I believe what we're looking for is going to be under cultivators. Have to see which category it fell under because it is a multi-use tool. Did it go under plows? It did not go under plows. Let's see. Disc arrows. Yes, here it is. So we're looking at the Bednar ML Swift Disc MPC. This is one of my favorite big... BP, do you plan to do a series on a European map? I'm not opposed to that. My play style is predominantly North American. I've wandered all the way up to Canada for one of the series, so I'm really branching out. But I'm not opposed to that. I don't run much like Massey Ferguson equipment unless I'm playing on a European map. So there were a couple in FS22 that I really enjoyed playing on, getting some, when your top horsepower tractor's like 250, 275 horsepower, getting into that kind of stuff. So that is a lot of fun. It's just not what I play. And so I'm not sure how interesting it would be. It might be very interesting. It might be, you guys might just think it's me stumbling around a European map with a bunch of small equipment. So definitely something I'm open to. Right now, between the 555, the Realistic Cattle Ranch, and the Homestead Challenge, we've got 3 series going. So I'm not going to start another one until at least one of those wraps up. I do think that the Realistic Cattle Ranch series is getting close to the end. As far as I've recorded ahead a little bit on that one. So I've got probably an additional, let's call it 5 episodes beyond what's actually even out for members right now, on that series, just waiting to see the direction it goes. And I'm at the point on that one where we are just trying to make the money. We're trying to make the $4 million to get through the challenge, because the farm itself, we have the 300 cows, we are out of debt, so just working that. So here's that Bednar Swift disc. So when that one wraps up so well, absolutely there will be room for another series. I would expect, and here I'm talking and driving and not doing either very well, I would expect that I would have a new series out sometime between, let's call it end of October and end of November. So most of my series tend to start around a holiday weekend, and so we'd be looking at probably Thanksgiving week for a new series would be my guess. And it could certainly be European. We had some really good chat in the Discord yesterday with is it Vormel, the modder who made the Dakota 4X and 16X maps. And I would love to get something going on that map, not only just to help support him, because I think he's a great guy, but also because it's just a good map. And we did discuss that could actually be a great opportunity for a community server map as well. So maybe European, maybe Dakota 4X, we'll see. But lots and lots of options. Mike, the European maps look absolutely amazing. Yeah, so much detail. I just don't like the sizes of the fields. Mike, that's, yep, you put it, I've been talking for 5 minutes and you put it in 2 sentences and said it better than me. There's a 4X European map out there somewhere. That'd be awesome. Oh, if there was. Got it. So I'm very intrigued to see what happens with the DLC that's coming up. What is it? The Fishing in Highlands DLC or whatever they're calling it. That map looks good. Okay, so there are 4X European maps. That map looks interesting. Saxlingham is, I've heard just absolutely amazing things about it. All the gameplay I see on that map looks really, really good. But it does seem like that one's getting played a whole heck of a lot as well. So, we'll see. We will see. So, heading back to the farm, we now have an auto drive network from the farm to the shop, which will allow us to send some vehicles down there. Just got to get this guy connected back up. And we're going to go ahead and get this well, it's technically a cultivator, technically a plow, technically a mulcher, all in one. I'm excited to show this to you guys. I think this was the one we used on Missouri River Bottom to get those big fields all set up. So let's link this up. Make sure we get a nice wide swing on it, and then we can turn auto drive off. Daxingham is amazing. Yeah, I mean, that's all I hear. I just, people have been raving about it. Great map. And then what was the FS22 map that was converted, and then they had to change the name because the real world place was getting absolutely just devastated by visitors. You guys will tell me. It's not Calm Land, it's... Someone will tell me. They renamed it. It was the one that was out for 22. Is it Oxygen David's map? Was just an absolutely tremendous map. So I played that one a lot in FS22. Enjoyed it. Calmsden. Yep. And what's the new name for that one? Because it's not Calmsden anymore. I shouldn't call it that because we're trying to dissuade people from going and visiting it in real life. But yeah, that is a really, Oak Bridge. That's it. Yeah, that's a great map. I had a big playthrough on that one back in Farm Sim 22, and like everybody else, it was a bunch of grass work. So, all right, so this implement is really cool because unlike a lot of the other multi-tools, so you talk about like the Dalbo multi-roller. Lowell, welcome in, good to see you. You talk about like the Dalbo multi-roller, all that kind of stuff. Very interesting that I'm getting crop destruction on grass. That is surprising. So a lot of those multi-tools, you have to go into the actual shop and change out like the headers, all that kind of stuff. On this one, I've got the menu up for you guys. When you unfold the implement, you'll see that it has functional changes at the bottom. So that menu just popped out. Toggle work mode, control Y, and the work mode is mulcher. I can make it a mulcher, I can make it a plow, I can make it a cultivator, I can make it a mulcher and plow, a mulcher and cultivator, a plow and cultivator, and a mulcher, plow, cultivator. So that's the MPC, mulcher, plow, cultivator, that's in the name. So we're gonna do all three of those things to this field and get it plowed up so we can plant wheat in it today. So let's go ahead and close the menu down. We will lower the tool down. Anytime you have a multi-tool like this that runs scripts, you're gonna have that little stutter when it first connects with the ground. I don't know the technical reason for that, but I can tell you guys that the game's figuring out that it's changing three ground states all at the same time. Yeah, Mike, this thing, I love this tool. It's super overpowered. I wouldn't use it in any of our playthroughs that we're attempting to, like, you know, have any level of realism. And you guys know I'm not here claiming to be a realistic game player, but this may be even a little bit too much for that. So let's go ahead, let's get 2 headlands, no rounded corners. I want this thing to get every bit of this field. We'll get ready to set it off. Should be just about ready to go. That may be the course. Let's see. And I'm going to leave him working at 15 miles an hour only because, having used this before, I know that it tends to swing a little bit at high speeds, like some of the big rollers do. The friction doesn't hold up in the game physics. So we'll let him work, but we're going to get this field cultivated, mulched, and plowed all at the same time. There we go, Mike. There it is. Grabbing the tractor when you get out. Love that. All right, so we don't have a plan for any corn because the corn field got harvested overnight, which was a disappointment, but let's take a look and see what else we can get into today. So jumping into the map, what do we have? You got 124, looks like corn. Looking for something nearby. 124 is not corn. What is it? Is it oat? It's oat. The oranges are not different enough for that to matter. And then it looks like we've got barley in field 61. What is the growth stage of that barley field? So the growth stage of the barley field is ready to be harvested, and it is owned by, let's take a quick look. It's owned by David. So this is not a bad field for us to pick up. Yeah, Mike, a lot of the guys in today are overseas guys. Roots is our emissary for all of our European guys. He's our point of contact. He's been ambassadoring the whole chat, talking to everybody, making sure everyone's welcome, just like we wanted here. So yes, absolutely. And if you guys saw, for this upcoming week, we have 3 live streams, Tuesday, Friday, and another daytime Sunday, trying to make sure we get out for all you guys so that you can enjoy the videos as well. So that field was owned by David. And we need to find, let's see if there's any contracts we can do for David that might be interesting. All right, which guys? We got David. We've got a harvesting contract, not a very good one. Let's see if we can get some new contracts. There we go. Let's fill it out a little bit. Romania, awesome. Awesome. Sweden, Romania. Yep. We're getting there, guys. We're going all over the world, I guess. Have you thought about playing a forestry challenge? You know, Andrew, I have, and very, very interestingly, your timing on that question is impeccable. I was just recording another episode of Homestead Challenge right before I got on for this, and was it Roderick? Someone in chat over in Discord, I think it was Roderick, pointed out that there was a really cool homemade loader pack, but it has a 3-point attachment winch tool that you can hook to a tractor. And with the better winch mod from Thunder, I was doing forestry work, cutting down huge trees with our about 50 horsepower John Deere and dragging them over to the sawmill. I really enjoyed that. That in combination with what we went over last time about the super strength and the delimbing stuff on the trees and having that set up and then having that specialty delimbing chainsaw. I think that forestry work has gotten a lot more interesting. Now, that said, I personally feel like forestry work tends to be a bit repetitive. So it'd have to be in combination with obviously some other kind of survival challenge. We'd be clearing out areas, doing some arable fields, doing husbandry, that type of thing. But I could definitely see getting in big time into some logging. So let's grab this contract. It's not a big one, but it'll give us a 5% discount on the field, and we're not getting any new contracts. So we're going to grab it, and it gives us a chance to, perfect, we got it. Gives us a chance to get back into some of our big equipment and show off some of the things we did last episode. So here is our Kenworth T800. Let's see, make sure I'm caught up on reading chat. Awesome, nice to have you here. Bell's difference in time, yeah, the time difference worked well. Very well, thanks, I appreciate that. 3:15 a.m. streams are hard for me to attend. Yeah, you say that, Roots, but then your first comment is only a couple hours after I'm done streaming. You actually, so Roots caught the live stream episode 1. He caught the first 10 minutes of that before it got, you know, it was obviously my mistake, but before it got deleted. So he was up early for him, late for us, but he did get to see a little bit of it. Issue for us, Andrew, I have a small town called Ontario. It is Wisconsin. I live in a small town called Ontario. It's in Wisconsin. Is that like, is that like, what is it we have here in Ohio? It's, oh, we got Miami of Ohio. Not nearly as exciting as Miami, Florida. A couple others. So let's get this trailer separated. And while I'm getting him loaded up, I'm going to send the Dodge back to the shop, because we're going to pick up that retriever trailer and use it, since we're going to be driving around through here. Yes, priorities in order. You know what I didn't do, guys? I don't think I dropped a waypoint at the shop. I bet I did not. Let's see. Nope, we got our field stages. Didn't drop one there. Well, we're going to do a quick workaround for that. We're going to hit the truck with a reset, only because we did all that work to get the auto drive network in, so we didn't have to do this drive again. And here we find ourselves having to do it again. So jump in here. Let's just find a waypoint and set that up as the shop. Get it out of the way enough. Got people to get trucks in and out. Somewhere over here. And right here. We got the shop. Alright, now the retriever mod should be in the sale. It was yesterday. Got so many things in the sale. It's great, but it makes it hard to keep track of the pieces you're looking for. And I wish there was a search in the sale, but I think the base game, 12-meter corn header, that is a, we might just, do we just pick that up now, guys? Yeah, small kids up at 6. Yeah, that'll happen. 12-meter corn header for 77K. That's just going to sit at the shop until we need it. We're definitely doing corn. We're buying that. I don't want to have to find it again. We got some bins from the new Mercedes DLC. Had some good conversation about what to do with those and how to use them. Let's see what else is going on here. Yep. Okay, so where is the retriever trailer we saw in here last episode? Here it is. The retriever TMSLT manual controls. So I have not gone over the manual controls, but we're going to figure it out. We got a bunch of different kinds of tires. We definitely want the long one because we have the 16-meter warning beacons. Yes. DOT stripes. I hate DOT stripes. Spare tires. I mean, yeah, sure, we can have a spare tire. It's no big deal. White decal. Okay, capacity unreal. What are we holding that's unreal here, guys? So it has a spare fuel tank and it holds 1,700 liters. So you basically have like a farm side fuel tank there, or a field side fuel tank. That is cool. Loading deck. Yeah, let's get the loading deck. I like that. Rim colors, we're definitely not going with yellow. That's not happening. All right, so we have the retriever, $21,000. We're going to use this to get the header to the field for the contract. Yeah, Mike, that's a great question. So, Roots, I was looking at it this morning. I didn't have time to jump in, but I was looking at the co-op server you and Andre set up. How is that going? It looks like you guys are having a lot of fun on it. Got our little retriever trailer set. Let's send this guy back to the farm. What is going on with that auto drive course? That's something goofy going on. Oh well. And turn off the network. Set him off, and we are good to go. You want what we haven't done yet? Turn this guy's speed down, because this guy's got some big horsepower in that diesel. We don't need him dumping it on the corners. 158 now. Let's take your max speed down. Let's take it down to 70. Even that seems aggressive, but 17 for the corner seems much more reasonable. Almost clipped the pole, but we didn't. All right, so back to getting everything loaded up. We have our low boy here. We have our deck extended. Let's jump on over to the New Holland. We're going to detach from the header and get the New Holland on. Now, we had better luck getting the New Holland loaded up if we got the back wheels all the way up on the upper deck. So we're going to try that again today, because we had it where it kept falling off the right side despite being on their very center. So we're going to bring it back, paying attention carefully to the details here. All right, we're going to leave that there. Let's grab a strap. Go. Okay, super strength, not what we wanted. Well, it was loaded nicely for just a split second there, and then it wasn't, so we will get it squared up again. So Root said, yeah, it's going well, mostly setting up farmland from silage, forestry work. Yeah, cool. Well, I appreciate you guys doing that. It looks like a lot of fun. Have to find a time to jump on there with you guys. And Roots, which server or service are you guys using? So I was going back through our chats and trying to figure out, because I wanted to put the page for getting registered and everything on there for everybody. Let's try, there we go, without grabbing it. Now, hey look, the Dodge is back. That's great news. Alright, so, show you guys, if you weren't here for the stream last time, excited to be using Thunder's Better Winch mod, which enables us to use winches on all kinds of things. So in this particular instance, we can jump out here. Okay, I was going to say, is the retriever going to get by us? No, he's not really going to get by us. Alright, so let's get relined up. Perfect. He made it to where he was supposed to go. So we can jump out here, and we have the option to hook everything up. So we come out here, we can grab the winch cable, and we can bring it over, and we get it to hook onto the trailer, which takes just a little bit of positioning. It's not too bad. Sometimes got to use different height. Let's see if we can. Okay, there we go. So the winch is now attached. You guys can see that. I tried to do it on the gravel so we weren't in the grass, but that winch line is actually attached to everything. We can jump into the truck. Get zoomed in here. And we can go ahead and in here, and we can pull the winch in. There we go, which allows us to then connect up and then disconnect the winch, and away we go. So we're all set here. Let's get pulled over towards the hill. I want to get the New Holland turned off. I think it's still running. Yeah, I can see the exhaust coming out. And we're going to head down to that contract field and get set up. So where is the field we're headed to? 123. We're going to go ahead and tag that, head out to the right, hook the first left, and we're going to be there. It's going to be a nice, easy. Is there actually a, where does this little path go? That goes under the bridge. I don't think we want to be going under the bridge. So we'll throw some flashers on, get our lights on. See about getting down there. Yes, we've already lost the right tire, but that is okay because it's up high enough. It's not dragging on the ground. Now, I do have traffic turned on. I don't know that we've seen very many cars so far on the playthrough, but considering what we're hauling and how big we are, that's not necessarily a bad thing. And if you guys want, I mean, I'm open to the discussion about if you guys want to do a live stream on the server once we get that set up and going. I'm happy to have that discussion. That way we get some people involved and everything else. We may have to have a discussion about deciding who's going to be on the server ahead of time, only so that we, you know, get the people in there and we, you know, can get done what needs to get done. But if you guys want to do something like that, we could sometime in the future get the Sunday afternoon stream. We are on the struggle bus here, guys. do like a Sunday afternoon stream on the server. If you want. Traffic is limited to a very small part of the map. And we are struggling on this hill. Glad we got the big motor. Yeah, Alan, is that up by the shop? Because that's where I feel like we've seen the traffic. I haven't seen any down here at all. I mean, look at that view, guys. That is really, really nice. Very cool map. All right, heading up to the field. Almost there. We'll go grab the retriever trailer on the Dodge and bring the header down here as well so we can get started on the harvest. Man, this thing is going to be slow to stop. Get on those brakes early and often. Hear that downshift? That sounds good. I don't think we're gonna pull the harvester up that side hill there. I think that might be a bit much for us. Maybe try to get up this hill and hook the side and get to a flat spot. Our plow cultivator mulcher is blocked by an object. That's concerning because it's in the middle of a large field. I'm wondering if we have another course play issue here we're going to need to deal with. Let's go check on that guy once we're situated here. I'd like to be off the road, out of the way a little bit so we're not just being complete jerks and blocking everything. Alright, so let's drop the straps. Let's drop the deck. Get pulled up and out of the way. The New Holland is here and ready. So, back at the farm. Where is our course play genius? Let's see. Yep, that's definitely... So he did. So guys, this is the same problem we had the other night. Does the headlands, and on the transition to the up and down section, the center section of the field, we get on the struggle bus. And if I reverse it, and if we do the center sections first, we still have the problem when it comes time to change the orientation on the field. So let's see. I assume we were headed this direction. Drop this down. Make sure we're not missing anything. Okay. Back on track. Turn off the course play. Oh, that's not what we wanted to do. Make sure he gets going again. Looks good to me. Alright, so the retriever mod. You guys haven't seen this. This trailer, some iteration of this trailer has been around for a while. But the back is an implement attachment. So you can basically, because as you guys, like Mike saw in some, and I think, Jaded, were you in when I was driving the header around and it was flipping around all over the place? I don't like the header trailers in the game. They tend to drive me nuts. So let's go ahead and see. Now this has manual controls. So I'm wondering if any of that is pre-mapped to the Farmstick. It doesn't look like it. So raise tool axis. Open the hood. Okay, that's the problem. We're on the wrong vehicle. Okay, here we go. So if I hit unfold, you'll see the back is tipping around and getting in a position that we can back it up and pick up the header. We come over here and we're going to attach this just like we would to like a harvester or anything else. That trailer picked over really late. We even thought I set it up high enough, but we did not. So we should, right there should be it. Let's see what we have. Filter type, container type, unloading side left, fold cutter trailer. Is that closing it or is that, yeah, so that's closing it. I wonder if, okay, that's suspension on the truck. That's the gooseneck. I'm wondering if we need the wheels off the header. I'm wondering if that is going to be the challenge. Let's see. Yeah. So we should be getting the attachment notification there. Let's just double check the controls. Yep, that was the trailer we disconnected. Alright, let's see. Loading method stack, unload side left, fold cutter trailer. None of that stuff. So let's see if we can't cheat this guy in real quick and get him to do what we want him to do. Gonna drop the shop trigger right here and attempt to reset the header in hopes that when we reset it, the wheels are folded. Not sure if they're going to be, and they're not. Well, that's a bummer. Okay, we'll drag it over there. I'll bring the trailer over, we'll use it later. Not a problem. We'll keep it moving. Just get to watch me flip this header trailer around a bunch. Where is the hookup? Here we go. I know Roots just got his Farmmaster or Farmstick Thrustmaster. Has been enjoying that. All the lights on mine just went out, like in the last 2 minutes. So it all still works, but I have no idea whether I'm in work mode or drive mode. So now I'm back to guessing. So I don't know if that's just needs to be reset. Yep, there's the header on its side again. Typical header behavior. Now, granted, I probably shouldn't be driving 30 on the driveway, but, you know, you got to get places and get jobs done. Not too shabby. So I think we'll get this guy going and then head back over by that. Is it a barley field? I think it was over there down at the end. We'll get that harvested for today. I did go through and I did find a pig pen. So we are in a situation where we could be getting some pigs today. I looked at it overnight and we had had a discussion about, you know, potentially turning off or disabling realistic livestock because we were going to do pigs, but I like the mod. And if it's a struggle, it's a struggle. If it's, you know, if we learn something, we learn something. We'll go from there. While I have you guys, here's actually a question for you guys in chat. I was dealing with this today. At what age in Farm Sim, at what age can goats reproduce? Because I've got some weird things going on in our homestead challenge with some of the animals. Just things that I don't think are the way they normally are in the game. And I've got goats that are not able to reproduce until they are 16 months, 17 months, which just seems crazy to me. And in the description, yeah, Root says 16. In the description, if you look at the animals, so here we'll jump in and look at, oh, here, let's come in here, let's look at the animals. If you actually come in here, I don't have any, so I can't look at them. But if you load up the game and you look at the verbiage underneath the goats in the menu, it says 8 months. Now that seemed, okay, so it is 16. But if you look at it in-game, or at least on New Frontier, it says 8 months they'll start reproducing. And I'm wondering if that's copy and paste from the sheep, which would be my guess, is that they just copy and pasted it from the sheep. Is nothing going to attach to this header now? Joe, welcome in. But that's without the realistic livestock mod. Okay. So yeah, so with the realistic livestock mod, which I'm running on New Frontier on the Homestead Challenge series, it says in the description for the goats that it's 8 months, but they are clearly not getting pregnant until they are at 16 months. So, you know, don't know what that all means, but here we find ourselves. And we got sorghum, and we have sorghum straw, because I have the Yoast modding extension on that gives us straw, extended straw crops. May even pick that up. Is this one even worth doing headlands on? I mean, we can check and see. Yeah, worth doing it. All right, let's get him rolling. We gotta go pick up some trailers. Yeah, Alan, that's a good question. Excellent question. Yes, I have a ram, as they call them, a male goat. So I was challenged by, it might even have been Mike. Mike likes to do this to me, but maybe it wasn't Mike. But someone challenged me to buy the worst animals and attempt to breed them into better stock. So, and these episodes won't be coming out for a couple of weeks because I'm still getting them edited and everything else. They're getting closer. But I went out and bought 4 goats on the Homestead Challenge. I bought 3 females and a male. The male was negative $4. They paid me to take the male. He was so bad. It was one of the worst animals I've ever seen. But it was absolutely hilarious because I made money on buying this male goat. So, and they were of such low quality that the first night, one of the females died, you know, had an accident, was taken out of the game by realistic livestock. And then I could not get the other 2 females to get pregnant, and they weren't even showing as eligible to be pregnant. So it was, I was thinking that I just broken the game. I'd found animals that were so bad. I mean, they're all extremely bad or very bad. All their traits are absolutely terrible. And I thought maybe we just had such low quality that they just couldn't breed, because all the animals, all their fertility was like in the bottom 2 categories. I was like, well, that's it. We just can't do it. But then right after I bought them, the realistic livestock mod had an update, and I haven't had a chance to mess with it yet. I'm actually going to do this and get this course going this way too. But apparently with the realistic livestock mod update, there's artificial insemination. So I was concerned that the Homestead Challenge was going to turn into an artificial insemination seminar. And I was going to have to artificially inseminate the goats, which was going to be not something I wanted to do. So luckily in this last episode, I got one of my female goats is finally eligible to become pregnant. The ram recognizes that there is a eligible female in the pen with him. But I was just surprised it was 16 months because the description said 8. And because I'm having some of those other conflicts with, I don't know if it's a realistic livestock mod or what, but on that same playthrough I've got for the sheep and actually for the goats too, grass does 100% productivity. I don't need to do hay, and I have no idea what that's about. So didn't know if that was also an issue, but good to hear it is 16 months. Yeah, you guys will have to catch up. I think that's going to be it's either episode 13 or 14 on the realistic, or on the Homestead Challenge, that we buy the goats and they pay us to take the ram. I got a good laugh out of it as well. I couldn't believe it. And then hilariously, after getting him back to the pen and fed for 2 days, he was like negative $4 to buy, and then he became worth like $500 in the first 2 days I had him. So I'm just going to start goat swapping with the animal dealer to make our money on that series, and just keep buying the terrible animals and just feeding them and then selling them right back. All right, perfect. We have a full grain tank. I'm just going to put in a little bit of an auto drive network as we go places. Not really going to do the whole map. And there is a really, really robust auto drive network file you can download off of some of the mod sites that does all of the map and has triggers for every field and every production, all that kind of stuff. But it was a bit too much for me, so I did not. I actually installed it, looked at it, and was like, it's just too much. All right, we're just going to call this waypoint, we'll call this field 123, just so we have a place to go. I would like to pick up some kind of large tractor to run as a grain cart today, along with some sort of auger wagon to pull it. So we'll have to look and see what the options are. I didn't add any modded grain carts to the map, because I'm thinking like the Plains and Prairie one base game has 80,000 liter capacity, and I think the one Elmer's has a 77 or maybe 77,500 liter capacity with extensions. I don't know what's going on with the tire here, but I'm thinking that's not what we want to have happen here. Are we unhappy with our position? I wonder if it's trying to get around the trailer. Okay, it's going to go the other way. Let's get auto drive network turned off. Let's get that closed up. Roots, that is incredibly generous. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. 5 gifted memberships. Diesel, Jay's in the chat. Jay, I hadn't heard you say hi yet. David, D Lucky, and Shredder89 got gifted memberships from MJ from Roots. Thank you, man. That's absolutely amazing. I really appreciate that. So guys, if you don't mind, drop a thanks to Roots for that. That's really fun. Hopefully you guys enjoy the content, hang out a bit. We got Mike and Roots and Alan and Illusion in here. I'm just scrolling up to see Andrew. We got a bunch of guys that hang out on our Discord server as well. So please feel free to join the Discord server. Lots of activity on there. We've got a couple guys, Roots and Andre, who set up a co-op server for everybody over in Discord to join. It's just sort of publicly open. They'd love to have more guys in there. And there's just a ton going over there. So thank you again, Roots. That was incredible, man. I really appreciate that. All right, so we need to get a grain cart because this guy is hopping and skipping. I told you guys the fields were really rough on this map, and you can see how much that truck is bouncing around. So it's just finally getting up the hill. Now we're getting up to speed. We'll go ahead and get that guy emptied. Yeah, and that's the other point. That's good. That's a good call, Roots. With your membership, guys, you get early access to the upcoming videos. So head back over to the channel. And I just announced last night, so our level 3 members get access to videos up to 3 weeks in advance if I have them recorded, if I have them rendered and good to go. And I'm usually 2.5 to 3 weeks out. Just with my schedule, I don't like the pressure of having to put a video out. I want to make sure the quality is good for you guys. Our level 2 members get access to videos up to 1 week in advance. And our level 1 members had been getting access to videos 1 day in advance, but that was proving to be just difficult to keep track of, and it didn't align with how I was releasing the videos. So I just announced yesterday that the level 1 members now get access to videos 2 days in advance. So you guys who just picked up those gifted memberships, head on over. There's some content over there that just got released to you guys that you should be able to enjoy. All right, what are we doing here? I don't know if I'm picky. I hate hilly maps. Look great, but the speed drops just don't work for me. Yeah, it's part of me learning to slow down and play slower. I'm with you, Mike. I mean, you can... I'd go throw an 1,800 horsepower, 82 Studios tractor on the map, or a semi-truck on the map, and handle all the hills. But makes it interesting, makes it fun, mixes it up a little bit. I also find that on the flat maps, the auto drive, you end up getting all those trucks up to 60, 70, 80 miles an hour, and they just end up flipping anyways. So We're going to get this guy restarted. The hill is actually the problem here. I think the angle that the tipper was at didn't allow the harvester to empty the first time. Then it backed up and it was in the way and everything else. So, yeah, the harvester is absolutely out of control. You guys let me know. I turned the latency down on the horizontal stream. There's one more setting I can go lower. I want to be able to interact with you guys, like, as things are happening. So let me know, like, how long it is between, you know, when I say something, you respond, and I see it, or that type of thing. And obviously I can't see it all. But if I need to go down one more level on the latency to make sure that we're getting good interaction on chat, I'm happy to do that. Because the stream, as far as I can tell, looks good. Hopefully it looks good on your end. But I want those comments coming in when, you know, I want to be talking about the harvester when we're doing stuff with the harvester type thing. So let me know. Okay, so let's go check in on some equipment. The MPC is done. That is really good news. We're now going to do the exact same thing over here. We're going to get what was our wheat field plowed up, mulched, cultivated, and plowed so that we can get grass planted in it today. We did not do a good job on these corners. I may come back here and clean these up real quick. Yeah, latency test. Yeah, just let me know how that is working, guys. I'm seeing them now. Mike's popped up first. Then obviously Roots and Cyril. Got you guys as well. But just let me know. If it's more than a couple seconds, I'll turn it back down. I'd rather be interactive with you guys, because there should be no problem between... Okay, so it's good. Excellent. If it's not, let me know. 30 seconds. That seems a little bit long. Maybe I'll crank it down again. Like I said, I just want to make sure that if you guys are saying stuff, I'm catching it. And I may not be paying attention, maybe driving or crashing into trees or all kinds of stuff, but if you're around, I want to make sure that I get to what you guys are saying quickly. All right, so that corner didn't turn out too bad. Just cleaning up the corners. So 10 seconds of zeros. Okay. I'll crank it down for the next stream. There's normal. Okay, perfect. 10 seconds. I want it below that. So there's normal, there's low latency, and there's ultra low latency in the live stream settings. I will change for the next live stream, which will be tomorrow night. I'll change it to ultra low, and we'll see how that does. My internet connection should be strong enough to support that. My PC should be fine. OBS should be fine. There's no reason we shouldn't struggle to get the latency down, and the performance should not be affected. So good to know. I appreciate that, guys. So got our corners cleaned up. Okay. We'll try ultra low tomorrow. Let's just try it. See how it goes. No reason not to. We're going to head over here. We're going to get this guy done. We've got to make a trip or two to the shop because we need a big tractor and a chaser bin. We need a seeder, planter. We got to get some seeding and planting done today. So we will be working on all of that stuff coming up here. 2 headlands, no rounded. Excellent. And I suppose... Oh, and I just erased that course. I should be saving these because we're not going to be changing these fields yet. So we'll get this one started. So if you guys haven't caught in any of my previous videos, when it comes to the course play stuff, I like to save all of my courses based on the type of task. So if it's harvesting, it should go in the harvesting folder. If it's, you know, mulching, it should go in the mulching folder. I'm going to create an MPC folder for this multi-tool for the mulcher, plow, and cultivator. And we're going to have all of those courses saved in here. So that's field 58. Go ahead and save our course in here. And we just put in 58. Now, we probably won't need that one a whole lot because this is going to be a grass field. So hopefully we're not redoing this field a lot, but we will see. So now I'm going to run back to the farm and grab the retriever and see about bringing that up. So I want to bring the harvester, I want to bring the header back on the retriever. And I don't know if it was a wheel issue or if that header connection is just really sensitive, because I had a bit of a challenge getting it even connected to the New Holland. So we will see what happens with all that, but we'll jump back in and do that. Now, what's interesting to me, it's always funny. Jay's here. Welcome back, Jay. Yeah, so I did it by, I'm crashing into the fence there. I used to do it by field, but I found that as my farms got bigger and I was doing, so like we'll take 555 as an example, right? Just had a huge episode where I recorded that was harvesting, and we harvested the original cornfield, the new small cornfield, the soybean field, and the newest sunflower field. And so after that, I had the mulcher set up to do all of those fields. So rather than going into, you know, whatever, field 12 selecting mulching, field 16 selecting mulching, you know, all that kind of stuff, I just go into the mulching folder and just boom, 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 go right down the list. You know, I mulch this field, I mulch the next field, and then I'm not bouncing around between folders. But that's just my preference. You know, either way, no big deal. If you're playing Farm Sim, you're playing it right. That's really what matters. I want to make sure that we're getting rid of the shop trigger here, so that's gone. If you're not familiar with the store deliveries mod, that is just a game saver. I don't like to have everything delivered and sort of cut out that part of the work, but there are times like resetting that header to make sure that we were able to connect to it or not. So you guys will see this thing will fold up and slide over. Show you the animation because we have a good angle on it. But having that store delivery mod is nice when you're just trying to do quick stuff like that. Get stuff done. And I like the fact that it's at least semi-realistic in the fact that there is a delivery charge for getting items put in. And what's really, really nice about it is that the delivery charge shows up as a separate line item in your expenses when it pops up in the top right corner, so that if you are like getting set up for, you know, a playthrough or trying to get some equipment and you want to refund the delivery, 2%, yep, that's right. If you want to refund that, you know, like if you made a mistake or something, you know exactly what the delivery fee is. So there have been times where I've been trying to get like streams set up and everything else and trying to get equipment in and all that kind of stuff, or get it moved or get it reset. And you can use store deliveries to get everything to a field. You just run over to the field, drop the store delivery trigger, and then just reset all the equipment you want to start with over there and go from there. So very cool. But you only get charged delivery on the original purchase. So if you really want to work around the system, you buy it, you have it delivered to the store, you then drop the store deliveries trigger and then reset it, and you can get it wherever you want without any additional cost. Man, turning hard and popping wheelies in the Ram. I use the store thing usually for seeds, but I have a bad habit of cheating that mod. I'll buy a vehicle at the store, then set the delivery mod where I went. Yeah, yep, exactly. Boom, no charge. Yep, exactly, Jay. Babacar, welcome in. Glad to have you. We are getting close to the end of this field. It looks like I'm hoping. Let's go find our equipment. Emptying out nicely. Are we playing nice on this field again, or are we stuck? Needs to be unloaded. And here we are, and we've undershot it again. This is odd, guys, because we were not having this problem with the Punkin truck last stream. We were able to, this is actually the best option. We had the tippers on the edge of the field and it wasn't working. The harvester was not running, was not going over and unloading appropriately. Telecharger. I'm not sure what that is. Looks like it might be translated, so if someone wants to help me out with that one, feel free. Making sure I didn't miss anything else. Jump over here. Let's just check and chat real quick here, guys. Yeah, Jay, we talked about it last stream. Courseplay is definitely experiencing some challenges right now. So I don't know exactly why that is, but it is definitely not performing the way I would anticipate it working. And I really feel like it was working much, much better a couple weeks ago. All right, so we may run up to the store and see about grabbing some sort of quad track 9RX, some kind of big tractor, and a grain cart to take over this task down here. Yeah, so that's a good point, Roots. I do have a couple videos out on the beginning of some advanced courseplay stuff. It does take just some time playing with it to get it figured out. But getting the basics set up is nice. I had a playthrough actually on Dakota 4X that I spent probably in excess of 20 hours setting up auto drive to the point where every single implement and vehicle and trailer like had its own parking spots, and so I could just go into auto drive when I was done and just hit park, and it would run everything back to its parking spot. And that was incredible. And I'm losing myself on the map here. I'm talking too much. All right, there we are. And that was really, really cool. Took a lot of time, took a lot of setting stuff up. But that worked really well. And that way I could just connect up to, like, I could connect the grain cart up to the quad track and just hit, you know, go stage at field 28. And it would go and be ready to empty. And then it was done. I could have it loop back and empty at the silo. And then it would go back when I was done, just hit park. And that would be it. It would just be done. So auto drive is a whole different animal compared to courseplay, but very, very cool as well. All right, let's see. Going off the road again, reading chat. Yeah, Roots, auto drive is actually the best way I heard to explain it. This is not my explanation. Actually, when I was learning it, I watched a couple videos. Auto drive is like a train track, right? If there isn't a track going somewhere, you can't get there. So you just think about all your courses, and there's one-way courses and two-way courses and forward and backwards and alternate courses. You can get all kinds of detailed stuff in there, but all it is just train tracks. That's all it is. And you're just basically building a route between places and going from there. So, takes time, but you can definitely get it. The mods that load, great. Oh, Andrew, yeah, K715 quad track, that is my favorite big tractor, by far. Auto drive is a little bit more complex. What I usually do is get the auto drive routes already created and use it. I never create my own. Yeah. And I was saying earlier, I don't know if you were in or not yet, I actually downloaded the auto drive for this map, and it was incredible. It was just absolutely a huge network of stuff, but it was too much for me. I like to have things where I want them. Yeah, no texting and driving. I can't even drive and drive, Mike. It's let alone texting and driving. My phone, I can't even reach my phone from here. It's just trying to keep it on the road as it is. Yeah, I hate when GoToJobs comes back as unreachable. There's a workaround for that, Roots. I gotta look. I'll see if I can find it. It's actually, you don't use the go-to. You like create a job and you send it to the job, but the actual go-to function is a challenge. Yeah, Alan. Yeah, once you get on PC and you get auto drive and courseplay and a couple of script mods, I can imagine if I had to go back. So when we go out of town, I play on an Xbox. I play FS25. And I have fun with it, but it, like, those game saves are 4 or 5 days long, and then I'm sort of done with all of them. I bought all the equipment, everything's where it's supposed to be, and I'm done. There's no more to do with it than that. Maybe I'm just a glutton for punishment. I mean, I said last stream I do 28 days months and don't use courseplay. 28-day months, that is crazy. Yeah, Mike, you're right, it does. The problem is some of the maps, like this one, you know, some of them, they don't create good auto drive courses. So some of them are great, some of them are a bit more of a challenge. So let's try to find some big tractor in here. I want to buy this just for the sake of buying it. We don't need it, but I think it'd just be fun to have. And let's see. 7R is not a bad tractor, not big enough for what we're looking for. Another Vario 1000. I don't remember seeing any big tractors in the sale. So this is about to cost us, okay, I mean, here we go. The problem is the speed on that thing is 12 miles an hour. And that's not going to work for running in the fields. We need to be faster. Here's the Versatile we have on the T5 series. That's a great tractor. Really like that one. New Mercedes-Benz pack. I'm thinking that the Mercedes-Benz pack, that may be my next tractor to step up on the Homestead Challenge when I reach the end of the first year. The Massey, not nearly big enough, 425 horsepower. We need something in the 500 plus range to get up and down these hills. An 8RT, now that's an interesting tractor. Well, definitely Jeff instructs all. I want to be as real as possible. I play at 5x speed usually. Yeah. I don't know, guys. 8RT, 36% off. Short wheelbase. 357 horsepower. Bump it up to 558. Could be used as our planting rig, too. That's the other option. Track setup. We got the 3 meters. I like the wider ones for the stability. Front weight. Got the US design. $315,000 for an 8RT. That is not a bad price. I think we're going to pick that up, and I may use that as our planter tractor back at the farm. So let's go up here. I don't think I downloaded any modded big tractors outside of the chipped Vario. So, all right. Talked me into it. Who was it that wanted the Andrew, here you go. We'll get the 715 quad track with the broad track US edition. 700K, burning through our money. We are going to be out of money here at this rate very soon. Let's find ourselves a chaser bin. Do we want the plains and prairies that goes up to 88? Do we want Prone big cargo one? I have not used this one. So this one, I don't know, 53K. Do we just risk it? I've never even used this mod. Use the vacation mod to skip months during the winter. I can't imagine it's sitting around for 28-day months in January. Yeah. I just sleep through the days, which crank the time up to 5,000. I never used a vacation mod. I've never used this mod before, guys. I think we try it out. I think we give it a try. See if it works. Always good to try new things. All right, so let's get detached. Let's get the quad track and what we're hoping is going to be a functional chaser bin hooked up. I don't know about this crone thing. It's crazy looking. Something is blocked by an object. I suspect that is the Fent. So what happens if we unfold this thing? What does it do? Oh my. I don't think this is a chaser bin, guys. I got news for you. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what this thing is. I mean, this is obviously for a forage harvester. You open up and the forage harvester shoots in there, but I don't know why it's in the auger bin section. Does it have an empty? Like on one of the sides? I mean, let's do a quick experiment here. Let's just fill it with wheat. Okay, so now we have 100,000 liters of wheat that is just hanging up in the air. Andrew, you're welcome, buddy. Snowplow makes sense. I've yet to try it in the farming sim games. How are the mechanics of that, Jay? It seems like it would be a lot of fun role play. The snow, I love the snow. I'm not a huge fan of the snow plow. The snow throwers, like the tractor mounted ones, work really, really well. The plows are okay, but they can get a little wonky with the snow. So what are our options once we have this thing full? If I had a truck and a trailer here, you know what, let's have a truck and a trailer here. Let's have a trailer here. Let's do that. Come back to the farm. Grab this guy right here. We're going to reset him. Okay, so can I empty this crazy looking contraption? It's heavy. Quad track is bogged down. I look at the tires in the ground. They made it 100,000 liter capacity, but I don't think they updated the weight. Okay, so that doesn't seem to do anything. It feels like there's an auger there. What other controls do we have? Pipe out. Okay. Oh my. Okay. Well, that's super cool for a forage harvester. I'm liking that. Yeah, Roots, you're right about that. The realistic weather mod and some of the snow, you can get some real, like, legit snow going on some of those maps. I was playing off screen sometime, and I had it on. I was doing some testing, and I got like snow to the point where the snow was like above the handles of the trucks, and just I couldn't move at all. I had to actually like super strength my tractor to the snowblower and then snowblow my way to everything I wanted to use. It was insane. All right, so this mod is interesting. Very, very slow to unload. Don't know how this would work. I mean, the animation underneath, let's jump out and see that. The belt system underneath, that looks really cool. May need a little bit of tweaking, a faster, emptier speed, and I think we're going to need to adjust the weight because it seems like it's super, super heavy. Yeah, tractor was barely visible, Roots. I agree. All right, so we're going to let this thing empty. This is not the chaser bin for us right now. Maybe we'll leave it here, and when we get into some forage work, we will grab it, because I think the idea is pretty cool. I was thinking the tank on the front might do something, but it doesn't seem like we have. So we'll put the pipe in, but it doesn't seem like that tank holds anything. I was thinking maybe it was going to be silage additive. It just does not appear to be. Very cool animation, the folding and everything else. That is a nice, interesting mod. Maybe needs a little bit more tweaking, but we can figure it out. So let's find a real chaser bin in here and go figure out what is all blocked up over here. So real chaser bin, our options are... We've got the branch from the Plains and Prairies. It goes up to 88K. I'm thinking that might be sort of heavy on this map. We have this one that goes to 70K. Not a bad option. The Colossus root cart, which actually holds just about everything, goes to 5 million. That seems a bit unnecessary. I think we just go, what's the difference in price? So the Elmers, if we take the Elmers all the way up, it's 184.5. And this one is cheaper and holds more. So, well, guess what, guys? We're buying the Brant from the Plains and Prairies DLC. I wish the track rendering modeling was better and it wasn't all the same color. Like, that needs some sort of, I don't know, needs more colors in it. Not everything would be that exact same color to me, but that's just me. Okay, 173,000, just about to take us below 1 million. We are going to be hard pressed for cash here in the near future. So let's grab the trailer. We're going to see if we can get this done in one load. Not sure it's a good idea, but we're going to try it anyways. See if we can get this backed way up on the trailer. Enough that the quad track is out front. Getting this thing squared up is going to take a little bit of doing as well. May have to do a quick pull up on this one. Yeah, we're missing a bar stop. Will it work, or are we going to have to take 2 trips? Nope, going to miss as far as head. The tracks might be too wide on the cart. I could certainly drive better. That's definitely an option. Yeah, can't seem to get both sides of the tracks on. May just need to move the Kenworth out of the way. Yeah, that is all the way on the outside. That is not happening. All right, the quad track's getting driven down there on its own. 100 centimeters of snow. Sun doesn't usually rise very high since it sets in the Yukon. Usually by noon I could see enough daylight to snow blow. Yep, that's realistic weather for you. On an unrelated note from Herman Killer, does anyone have any American maps for small vintage start from scratch? Great question. Got a playthrough on New Frontier right now. That's a good start from scratch map. You've got Calm Lands, which was re-released, which is another good start from scratch. And that's actually the one that Daggerwin did his full, I don't know if it was vintage, but it was very, very small start from scratch play on that one as well. So that's another good map. Sunshine Forest, I have my realistic avalanche challenge on that map. That is an incredible map. I think that's way underrated, or just sort of unknown at this point. So that's another one. Yeah, Forsaken, Minnesota, I've seen that one. I haven't played on it. And Alan, we Americans don't do small, as I'm driving my Quadtrac 715 with my 88,000 liter or bushel grain cart down to the field. That is true. That is true. We do struggle to do things on a small scale. But there are some good maps out there for sure. New Hope, I've not had any problems with New Hope, but there is a lot of people reporting some significant issues with New Hope. I know some people that have started series on that map and scrapped the whole series and restarted because they were having so many issues. So don't take my word for it. I wouldn't want to, put feelings on the map for you either way, but just be aware if you are looking at New Hope, do your research. I hope it's not an issue or that it's being addressed. But just heard some really mixed reviews on that map. I've seen some people that love it and some people just can't get it to work. Imagine this drive on Dakota 60X. Yeah, Mike, so Dakota is really an interesting map, and one of the reasons I wanted to potentially play on that map is because it's not like most 16X maps. And let me get this set up and I'll tell you why. I can't multitask. I'll lose my train of thought. Get a start point here, start point here, start job. Excellent. We're going to let the quad track do the quad track job, because for whatever reason, the truck and the harvester are not playing well together. They're blocking each other. Love that. So Mike, back to your point about Dakota. So what's really cool about the Dakota map, if you guys haven't played, is the map is like a hub, and the center of the map is where the vast majority of all the shop, the productions, all that stuff is. So you're really not that far from anything, because you're only driving to the middle of the map. So even if you're in the top corner, you're only driving, you know, it's not even 2/3 of the size of the map. Where I've seen some 16x maps where everything is spread out and you got a spinnery in one corner and a flower production in another, and those can be quite challenging. But the Dakota 16x map, I mean, you can drive on it for a long, long time, but it's also lined with fields on the outside. So it brings the road system in quite a bit. And we were talking about that in the Discord with Volmer the other day. And I mean, the outside fields on the 16x map are 300 plus acres is an average size field on the outside of the 16x map. So it pushes the road system in quite a bit. All right, now who's blocked by an object now? Let's figure that out. Let's see. Yeah, Roots dark at 3 p.m. Yeah, I visited Sweden once and loved it. But yeah, we did dog sledding north of the Arctic Circle. We were in Stockholm to see some family, and spent some time there, and then went up north of the Arctic Circle and did some dog sledding stuff. That was really, really cool. Incredible area. But yeah, when the sun sets, it is dark out there. No, Cyril, you played on New Hope without problems? Great. That's excellent. That's absolutely great. Oh, there's a 16x update to Dakota coming out Wednesday. That would be very cool. Better road textures. Okay. Random objects in the ground on New Hope. That's a problem with maps. I don't know why or how that happens. I don't mod, but yeah, objects in the ground create all kinds of havoc for a treasure hunt. Cameron, welcome in. Appreciate you subscribing. Perfect map. Yep. I followed Volmer on Discord and saw the map. The layout looks cool for sure. I have to install and try it again. I was telling Volmer, and I think he took this the wrong way. I was not trying to make a negative comment. When that map first came out, when Farm Sim 25 first came out, because he got it out early, because the middle of that map is like a depression, like the town is down low in a valley, the fog on that map was unreal for the first couple of weeks. It was so much fun. You'd be driving around the outside of the map, you're totally fine. You tried to go to town, like go to the store, and you couldn't see anything at all. And we were all playing with the fog, and he's got some great mods and got it all fixed. And more importantly, Giants sort of fixed the fog issues on their end as well. But an incredible map. $8 and $9 million fields. Yeah, it is absolutely crazy. Yeah. No, I had a great time in Sweden. I had an unbelievable time. That was one of my favorite trips. We flew out of New York and ended up, we went through Iceland, went to Reykjavik on the way there, and then hit Stockholm. And then, as I said, went north of the Arctic Circle and did some dog sledding and caribou stuff, and it was very, very cool. All right, no path found, blocked by an object, and needs to be unloaded. Guys, I don't know what's going on. Oh, I know what's going on here. Okay. First off, that's on me. 100% my fault. I did not turn off the JPS Pathfinder, so that's... I own that one. We know we can't have the JPS Pathfinder on for the grain carts. It does not work. Don't know why that is. Don't know what causes the problem, but that is the issue there. We'll get the speed all turned up. Let's get this turned back on. Yeah, and immediately right back on track and going to empty. So needs unloaded, blocked by an object. We have to, the Fent back at the farm has to have gone off track again. It must have completed the headlands and went to the center and just wandered off the field until it hit something again. So let's jump out. As soon as we know this guy is good, let's check that. I'm going to jump out real quick while this works. My camera may flicker here, guys. I feel like my camera zoom got reset because I'm looking at the stream and it looks a little bit small. So let's see. That looks, well, you don't want to see more of me, but it's more appropriate for the size of all of it. So there we go. Got that reset. Jump back in. Yes. Now we're emptying just fine. That's all settled and taken care of. Where is the Fent? Where did you wander off to? Are you at the head of the field, the base of the field? I don't even see the Fent on the map. Like it should be. Oh, it's down here. Did it go out of bounds? No. No, we finished the headlands and we are back here. That is the way of courseplay these days. All right, we'll get this guy reset. And then we got to go pick up a planter seeder situation scenario and get all that done. Yeah, Roots, going back to that trip I took, I was so impressed with Stockholm. Having not been much of a city guy, I prefer being out in open spaces a little more than anything else. But Stockholm was so clean, so friendly, just an absolutely, I mean, the recycling and the trash systems they had in there and everything else, just absolutely fabulous. I mean, just a great, great time. Block by an object is basically another way of saying, let's play hide and seek. Yeah. It's another way of saying, I'm currently burning my driver wages hiding in the woods. You're still paying me, but I'm not doing anything for it. Yeah, nice hide and seek. That's a great way to put it. Let's bump his speed up because he's on the up and downs. Hopefully he gets done a little bit sooner. Let's grab a planter and get headed back to the farm so we can go and get all that done. So jumping into the menu, I'm thinking we're going to run with the Kinsey Blue Drive multi-fruit planter. This is a crazy mod as well, mainly because of all the attachments. And I love the idea of the attachments, and they do work really, really well. There's just one little, I don't know what to call it, one little hiccup with the attachments that drives me nuts. All right, what brand should we do here? It's going to get pulled by the John Deere. So should we make it a John Deere planter as well? Match it all up. Rear hitch. We need the rear hitch for all of this to work. Now, capacity, this is where it gets funny. So seed only standard. We have 50K, I believe it's 50K fertilizer and 25K seed. Seed only unrealistic, and then 150 and 75. That seems excessive. Let's go 50 and 25K. That's one of my favorite planters. Yep, Jay, it's a good one. Best ones are when you just find them in the woods during doing a burnout directly into a tree, just spinning the tires. Yeah, I mean, just head down. They're deep into TikTok at that stage, Mike. I mean, they've lost track of things, and the pedals down, and they are just going. Roots, I'm from outside a smaller city, living on the border between huge forests and farmland. I get anxiety when I go to Stockholm for work. It's way too big and crazy for me. But for an American, I guess Stockholm is quite small. It wasn't the size, Roots, and I'm with you. I don't like being in cities. Like, I've been to New York, I've been to Boston, I've been to LA, I've been to San Diego. We lived in Denver for a while. Not that Denver's a huge city, but Stockholm, the public transportation, when we bought that public transportation, that access pass that like gives you everything, and we didn't rent a car. I mean, you can take the trains, the trams, the buses, absolutely everything was just like you could get anywhere you wanted to go very, very quickly. What do we think here, guys? John Deere yellow on the tank. So we're just going full John Deere on this setup. 11 stories. That's a good sized city right there. Design, I think we keep it black. Step color, we're definitely going John Deere yellow on the rear steps back here. And then design color, I'm not even sure what the design color is. Oh, all the stuff on the arms and attachments. Inner rim color, I don't know, guys. Rims are only really should be one of two colors, either chrome to get you home or black because you're hiding. So there we go. We got a John Deere planter all set up. Tank covers. Go with dark. $177,600. $89K. Yep. All right, so the other thing with this mod, guys, is it has a couple of attachments. I was going to say, did it just freeze on me? Oh, it's not going to show them to me, is it? All right, so now I got to go on a scavenger hunt to find the other attachment. Not there. Shouldn't be under hand tools. Oh, I know where they're going to be. So we need to go to rollers. And right here, the invisible roller for the Kinsey 4095 multi-fruit planter pack. So this attaches to the back of the planter and rolls behind it when you plant. You don't have to buy a roller. It does make this a bit of a challenge to get home because we're going to have something to drag it. So let's go check in on our field. Looks like we're in good shape. That is basically empty. We got some stuff in there. Where is our harvester? Hey, we are done. All right, so we're going to try to get cleaned up here and get back to the farm because we got one more field to buy, and I'm thinking that's going to take a lot of our remaining money. That's worker grade right there. Just hammer down right into the implement. So our truck and our lowboy are up at the shops. We're going to give... Actually, what we can do? We have... Is that auto drive course? It's not two ways, is it? Push back in over here. Are you using Courseplay from Mod Hub or getting it from the GitHub page? I've not seen the CP drive off the field when using the headlands up and down. I also skip a row when plowing. So, Alan, that's a great comment. So, that's actually a great comment. I'm running both, to answer your question, which is a weird answer. So, on this gameplay, on the live stream, have an older version of Courseplay that I believe is pre-Mod Hub release directly from GitHub. So, when I log in and I go to load in the game, it says I have an update. I don't update. On my other game saves... And I'm trying to think which ones I recorded recently that I used it on. So it would have been T5, 555 Challenge. I updated to the Mod Hub release, and I'm having the same problems on both setups. So I was hoping that it was going to fix with going to an older version, but I don't know if it's some sort of mod conflict I'm having, or, you know, what changed, because it worked. I don't want to say flawlessly, but for Courseplay, which, you know, there are going to be issues with any script mod or anything like that. Courseplay is incredibly complex. I had all my courses set up, and on 555 Challenge, I had all my courses saved, and they were all working totally fine. And then in the last 3 weeks, courses that I had run multiple times started wandering off the field and into trees whenever they switched from the headlands to the up and downs, or vice versa. And on one of the later episodes of 555, which is probably being released to level 3 members here, either it was this week or it will be next week, I actually did testing. I did the headlands first, I did the up and downs first, I did all that stuff, and still had problems. And I had problems with a stone picker, with a mulcher, with multiple pieces of equipment. So I don't know. All right, should be paying more attention to what I'm doing here. We did not put... I did put the wheels out. I thought we had it so the wheels were not out when I detached it from the harvester, so I'm thinking it needs to be in its cutting phase, not with the wheels down, in order to attach to the retriever. Gonna be bummed if the retriever doesn't work, because this was, as I said, one of my favorite mods. The trigger, the connection for this particular header is a bit of a challenge. Just put it right here in the middle of the road and see if we can't get it to do what we want it to do. Yeah, I agree, Alan. It's just, I mean, the problem right now is I'm not having inconsistency. The problem is I'm having the same problems everywhere. But like I said, on the 555, I had all those courses set up, and I'd been using them for, I'm in year 4, almost year 5. And some of those fields we owned on day 1, and those courses all worked. I would just literally throw a tractor anywhere in the field and hit start course play, and it would do what it was supposed to do. And now it's untrusted, so, or can't be trusted. All right, so here we go. This is going to be, Mike, this is turning into the animal dealer of this series. Trying to get the retriever to work. That should be just spot on. I mean, that, guys, that is, I don't know how much closer they want me to get. All right, we're getting cheaty here. I want this to work. All right, let's get everything lined up. And we agree that is about as close as we're going to get it. I must be missing something on the controls. Right, one more time. This mod that I had, the one I had previously, particularly in Farm Sim 22, this mod worked really well. Yeah, we're just not getting a trigger. I must be missing something with this, because there's just no way that it's this inconsistent. Alright, let's open the menu one more time, and then we're just going to be done with this. Fold cutter, unloading side left, container type. It could be the harvester header, because it was being finicky with the New Holland as well. So I just feel like I should be able to get... That's that. I should be able to get it to line up with it if I'm doing it manually. Yeah. Yeah, Mike, I agree with you. That may be the next test. So there's just nothing in. I can fold the header, and I'm just looking at all the other controls. Turn on cutter trailer. Okay, the cutter trailer is turned on, guys. I don't know what that means. That doesn't make sense to me that the trailer would be turned on, but here we are. Here we find ourselves. Why would I need to turn the cutter trailer on? One more try, and I think we're calling it quits. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with this mod. I might not be using it right. Could very easily be a me issue. I'll do some more testing off screen. We're going to dump the trailer right here for now and go ahead and get this done, because we're going to pull that back and set the course, the auto drive course, for everyone else to drive back. I'm not sure the harvester is going to be able to fit across the bridge on the lane, but everything else should be able to drive itself back and get back to the farm. Yeah, see how sensitive it is even getting to there? Get this flipped around and get the patcher facing the right direction. And away we go. GL, so that's the retriever trailer, and you're supposed to be able to snap the header to it, and then it picks it up and rotates it around so you can transport it instead of taking it on the regular wheels on the header cart. That way it doesn't tip. It also works, you can bring, like, if you have a huge, like, let's say the SM82 plow that's, I don't know, 20 meters wide or whatever it is, you can hook up stuff like that. So anything that has an implement attachment, you can put on there and go. And so you can have some big, long equipment that doesn't come with trailers, like plows, like some of the cultivators, stuff like that. And you can transport them. Supposedly, I mean, the idea is not to have any issues. So let's get going here. Get the recording going. And welcome in, GL, if I didn't say that when we started. Get rid of that. Don't really want this connected here. Can we even get around it? Yeah, that's going to be an ugly U-turn, but at least that'll allow people to turn around here temporarily until we get things set up better. Alright, so let's drive back. Get back to the farm. This should give us a 5% discount once we get the grain delivered on the wheat. Was it wheat? No, it's barley field that we have down by our current farm. Save us 15 or 20 grand on that field, which I think is well worth it. Plus, we get paid to do that. Let's stay in the middle of the bridge as much as possible. I still don't think the harvester's going to make it across the bridge. I think it's too wide, but we will give it a try. Nice wide corner here. And that's why we want that retriever trailer, so the header stops tipping over like that and making a mess of everything. Mike, we can do some testing. That's not a problem. Yeah, we talked about the live streams are very, very casual. I'm not playing with rules. You know, if we want to mess around with stuff, like we had a great conversation about the de-limbing and the super strength stuff with the chainsaws on the first live stream. Like, I love that kind of stuff. You know, it's because it's nothing worse than sitting there being frustrated with something that you feel like should work and you're excited about, and then you're wasting a bunch of time and not getting to play. So yeah, by all means. So maybe we'll grab another header and just see. I'll grab the Macdon. Oh no, we don't want that one going that way. We want that one going this way. We need it going way out and around. All right, now we have a course back. And I'm going to leave the header attached to the truck for a minute because I think we're going to put in that road down to the barley field and run auto drive down there as well. And then we'll put in a long auto drive course from all the way down here back to the silo for both the straw and the barley when we get it off the field. Cyril, yep, do the test. Sure, we can do that. Yeah, Andrew's in for it. Roots just wants to see me struggle more. I mean, he's getting good kicks out of this. He's going to bed. He's laughing at me, having a good night. Herman Killer, yeah, love the less from my. I mean, that's what the live stream is, guys. We're just here. We're hanging out. We're having a good time. To me, this is like gameplay with Discord running in the background, right? Like, we're just chatting, having a good time. By all means, ask your questions. If I do something that doesn't make sense, you know, let me know. If I do something and you don't understand it, let me know. And if I don't know something like how old goats are when they're able to reproduce, I'm going to ask you guys because, you know, have no idea. Let's get our 8RT heading back to the farm. And then I think we'll get the trailer and the corn header loaded onto the lowboy and head back. So now here's what we talked about, guys. This is the cool part of this mod. So this is now just a regular planter. It does all things though. So it's a planter and a seeder. And we have the invisible roller. You can see, I'll jump out and show you guys. All it is this box right here. And there's also an invisible mulcher. The mulcher you would put on the front 3-point of the tractor. And then the invisible roller you would put back on the back side. So we're going to back this up. And my only complaint about this is that if we take the roller off accidentally, which I do all the time, the pallet sinks into the ground and it makes it really, really hard to get reattached. So I have to be careful not to do it. So you see right there at the bottom, lizard invisible roller, it wants to attach it. Now you got to watch because I can't zoom around much more. We can do this actually. Let's see if we can get back here. It's going to just totally disappear when we attach it. So when I attach it, and it's gone. So there's now a roller on the back. If you look at the attachment in the top left on the help menu, I can actually, let's see if I can get this to do it. I'll show you guys. So if I extend this and open it up, give it just a second. You can do it. Yeah, we are. We're at 2 hours. I'm probably going to go 3. I might even go 4 today. If you guys are hanging out, having a good time, we will have to see. So I've got this unfolded, and now I have to figure out the controls again. Is it B? Will that turn on the light? No, that's not going to turn on the light. There is activate application rate, close, toggle speed limit, lower seater, fold seater, select corn. Do we have to go to the next one? Okay, so I think... Okay, so I hit G, which for me switches the implements or the tool. So we just went from the seater, and the visual in the top left corner is not good. There's actually 2 things attached to the back of the trailer, or back of the tractor. So I hit G, I switch to the second tool, and now I can hit X and unfold roller, and I get my lights. So now I know my roller is active. So if I were to plant now, it would plant from the planter, so I can put corn or wheat or whatever else I want down, and then the roller immediately rolls behind it. So we're planting and rolling all at once. I can fold up the roller so it's no longer activated. I can then switch back to the planter itself and fold it back up. So this is a cool mod. Lets us do multiple things. Like I said, part of the mod, the third piece, is an invisible mulcher that goes on the front of the tractor. We obviously don't need that because we have the MPC running, the mulcher plow cultivator. But you can mulch in front of the tractor and plant and roll behind, which is super, super cool. Yeah. Yeah, Roots, I named him that, so if he doesn't like it, that's on me, and I apologize. But hey, that's a name on Discord, so he's Roots to me. So Roots, if it bothers you, let me know. We'll call you something else. But you know, you're a great guy. We love having you here. Okay. Here's a question for you. So I want to place some productions and not own the land. For that to happen, you need to change the XML files. Oh, you want to not own the productions? Yeah. Okay. Excellent. So do not own them. For that to happen, you need to change XML files from 0 to 1. Yes. I understand your statement, Sir Well. I'm not sure if I understand the question. So what he's stating is, if you put a production on the map and say you want to have it like function as a map production, you can go into the XML file in the gain save and change it is the farmland owner, farmland ID field. And if it's 1, it means it's owned by you. If it's 0, it's owned by the map. You can go in and do that. So you can go in and place a production, you know, go into like Easy Dev or other controls, put the money back into your account, and then basically you can have that as a production on the map that you can go back and buy later. So, sir, well, I'm not sure if I understood that it was a question. Okay. So it is, and I just did this for Homestead. It's in your game save files. And here, you guys watch the tractor for 1 second. I'm going to run over, and I figured out how to do this. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to look this up because we'll just get it done. So I'm trying to look up where I found it last time for you, Cyril. Let's see. No, that's not it. I will look it up after stream. Put a Cyril, if you're over in our Discord, pop into the looking for help and write that question and tag me in it. I'll find it because I just did it. It's a great question. It's not hard to do, but I think if you get into the game save folder and you look at the placeables XML and then search for farm ID, there'll be a field that you change to 0, 1. Whichever XML it is, when you go into it, you'll see all the productions stacked up. And the ones you add will be at the bottom of the list, and it's like the last parameter in the game save is the farm ID, and you can change that. Okay, so got that. Roots is good with me calling roots. It's always nice. We're not bullying them online. No online bullying here. We got to have rules. Okay, can you send the NPC and this planter in Discord later when you're done? Yeah, Mike, just ping me in the looking for help. Just tag me, and you guys, like any stuff like that, I'm more than happy to do. Just tag me so I don't forget. That's the only thing. Invisible attachment sounds like the mod needs more work. Sounds like a great mod. I personally want to see the other attachment. I do agree, Martin. We're using a little bit of Roots. We're using a little bit of black magic here, but it's a good time. We'll be waiting until like 4:40 Eastern, and then I have Sunday dinner. Okay, cool. So Jay's got a little bit longer. Yes, I know that. I don't know what the file has. Productions. Yeah. So ping me on Discord, Cyril, and I'll look it up and find it for you. I have all evening to watch. Well, yeah, Roots, that's only another hour for you. It's going to be midnight there in no time at all. So, latency times, really, yeah. Thanks, I'm not in the Discord yet, but I will indeed. Okay, cool. All caught up. So, we are back here. I think we're going to drop a fill station on the farm. We did talk about doing pro boxes, didn't we? We did talk about doing pro boxes. Let's drop a fill station for now and keep things moving, and then we'll get into pro boxes once we have everything set up. Because I do want to play with the pro box stuff. I think that's going to be really cool. I was trying to see if I get to work with a couple of other mods, and it just didn't work the way I wanted it to, but I am excited to see. So let's actually, what I want to do, so here's a little trick if you guys don't know. This is what I use a lot. You can turn on your auto drive network and then go into the build mode, and as long as you're in a tractor, your auto drive network stays up. So I use this to like cheat and know where on this road I want to put the fill station so that we can get everything topped off. So I'm going to be able to put it right there. Should be easy and good to go. Jump up here. And I think we're going to need to make this dot right here. The fill station. So this is going to be farm, fill station. And we want to set this guy. We just want him to fill. The target is going to be the farm fill station. We're going to fill at the farm fill station, and we're going to put seeds in. Let's get him pulled up so he has to loop so we can make sure that all works. We'll go from there. If there's something you're comfortable showing, since you're only the people mods, could you do a video explaining how you mod mods? I couldn't figure it out for life, man, even after Google. Cool, Cyril, glad you joined the Discord. Mike, yeah, I can put some stuff out on that. I'd probably put it on Discord rather than on YouTube, only because I think that people get into it too much, and the right people doing it for the right reasons is great, but when people start, and we wouldn't have a problem with you guys in the community, but there are people out there who take mods and then try to repost them, but basically you just need to download Notepad++, which is essentially an upgraded version of the Notepad basic file system from Windows anyways, and then you would go in and unzip the mod files, and then you go into the XMLs, and that's where you make the changes, and I can certainly go over that. I may post a little video, or even I've been looking at, apparently I can go live on Discord. Maybe we do a Discord live session and do like a Q&A type thing, and we can try to get into some of that stuff. Let's fill this up with liquid fertilizer as well, and then we need to go plant the grass. Now, I am not playing with precision farming, so we don't need to worry about soil data or anything of that nature. We can just get the stuff in, and then we will have to lime on top of it. And I think we might even be lucky enough to have a couple of nice spreaders in the sale. Yeah, the liquid is always a problem on this one. I don't know what it is about the Kinsey planters, but the trigger for the liquid is always a challenge. My experience has been, once the cedar lids are open, it doesn't work anymore. And filling from a fill station like this can be tough. It really prefers it to be in from like a tote or a bin or something else. Just want to up the storage fermenting silo. Levi, thank you very much for subscribing. Shredder, oh, that's from when Roots gave the gift. I was like, okay, cool. It's like we got more members coming in. Shredder's, yep, he got his last membership. All right, so let's go ahead and I want to get liquid fertilizer in here the right way. All right, let's get situated here. I got to get back and organized a little bit. So we're gonna send this guy back to the farm. We got to get all this cleaned up. I will reset the retriever trailer and I will get a little bit of testing done once we get the planter in the field. So this guy's going here. And bada boom, he's good to go. We're going to need you to bring some stuff back to the farm. We're going to give you a minute. Then this guy back to the farm, silo production as well. He's gonna have issues on the bridge. We may find the New Holland at the bottom of the bridge there. Completely understand that. I just wanted to up the storage on the fermenting silo. I used No Plus and tried, and it broke the mod and disappeared from the game. Well, that does happen with modding. I had that happen this week too. I loaded it in and the mod was just like, nope, we're not doing that anymore. Modding mods, making mods, just be a rabbit hole. Do either for fun or yourself. Just don't let it be consuming of edited mods or the games. Yep. And the big thing, and we've talked about this in the Discord, I don't mind, like, for my gameplay, I modify stuff all the time. I just don't want to put it out there, because if the modder worked really hard to produce something, I don't want to release, you know, my version of their mod, because they worked hard for it. They deserve the credit. People should be downloading it from either ModHub or from their whatever it is, itch.io, their Discord, whatever it is, to make sure that happens. And that's why I don't release mods. But okay, where are we taking all of this for the contract? This is going up to, oh, this is going back to Johnson & Sons Flour Mills. We've been there before. So we're going to send this guy. We're going to create that course, but to do that, we're going to send him to the shop, and this is not the correct way to send him to the shop because it's the long way, but we're going to get him to the shop, and then from the shop, I will create the course to get him up there. Okay, so the NPC is done. That is good. And once again, guys, see, once we get transitioned from the headlands to the middle or the middle to the headlands, everything works fine. Just doesn't like doing that on its own. Try to clean up the screen a little bit here and not have so many things filling up the screen. I did that for Football Manager games. Yeah, like, so, like, example, like on my Homestead Challenge series, you know, I have that sheep pen, and I think it's 3,000 food and 1,500 water, and I don't care that that's what it is. It's just that it has the ability to have 37 sheep, and I don't think that's going to last a day. And when mods like that, where you can't even get 1 day out of the mod, like you can't, like the sheep aren't fed for a full day, you have to go back and feed them in the morning and at night. I don't enjoy that. That's not the realism for me. Just not the way I like to do it. So stuff like that is the stuff I modify, so I'm not running around and putting hay bales in the sheep pen, you know, 3 times a day, because then when you throw realistic livestock on there and they're not getting fed, then their quality goes way, way down. Okay, so we're almost back on the farm. We are going to, we're gonna cheat some stuff in here, guys. We're gonna load the trailer. Got too much stuff. We got to get to the other testing. Don't need to run stuff back and forth. Get that guy loaded. Not sure what we're doing with the forage harvester wagon there, that crone. Not sure if that's going to be a keeper or not. That's a very cool mod. we'll have to see. But this guy, I want to get running back towards the farm. It's a nice low boy. Good size. Handles well. Got the airbags in the back. You can raise it up and down. Got good animations. Got the winch and the lights on it. Just a very, very cool setup. And let's head back to the farm silo productions. And we're good to go. So let's see. GL, yeah. The tiny coops with a 500 capacity. Yeah, there are some capacity issues. I think that's a result of the adjustable pastures that came in 25, where you can change that stuff. Oh boy, guys, we did not change this guy's settings. He might corner to 100% speed. Oh, we got to get that applied. Okay. Ooh. He should not be going 74 miles an hour around a turn. He might be going 55 on the straights. But that's going to be about it for that. So he is good to go. Just getting caught up on chat. Yeah. So 500 chickens, yeah, there's some stuff that's just not realistic. I mean, I've got a cow barn on one of my private playthroughs that has 5,000 cows, and it's, you know, you walk across it in 10 seconds. Just so I can get a crazy amount of milk, but that's just for fun. There's others that hold more, just like that look as well. Farm build, yep. We use the industrial sawmill on the community server that you use on HC, I think. Well, without throttling it, it produces. That thing is, that might be the definition of OP, that the industrial sawmill. And I'm running it at 50%, and it still produces probably $15,000 worth of wood products a day. Yeah, that thing is absolutely crazy. Yeah, worth 100K. Yeah, just killed the challenge. Yeah, so I've got the production control mod installed. Hey, the New Holland made it back across the bridge and ended up in the ditch. Color me surprised. Yeah, on normal economy. I'm on hard economy and at 50% on the Homestead Challenge, so that's, I'm not getting quite as much out of it. But the industrial sawmill will absolutely, you can go from rags to riches in 3 months on like a map like New Frontier with the industrial sawmill. All right, so the Punkin truck is here. Let's grab the auto drive network. I'm actually wondering, do I want to keep this the way it is? I'm thinking no. Let's make a change. I don't like the loop and coming back out. Let's have one way in and one way out of this lot. Now, guys, I haven't done a lot of auto drive recently because it's not great on the series. There are hotkeys for deleting nodes. I'd have to go back and honestly look at those to remember what they are. So we're just going to do it the basic way, which is just drive, and when they're selected, we're going to delete them. Perfect. All right, so this is going to be our in to the shop. And then we're going to make an out loop over here. Let's get rid of a couple of these. Perfect. And yeah, I think we're good there. That way we can go right out the middle of the drive and not have any issue. I do like to make like my courses through stuff like this two-way nodes, because that way it can pick up either way. Now it won't, because it can only get out one way, but if we decide to tie something in there later on, that is an easy way to not have to come back and do a whole bunch of work. Alright. So now we have some of the existing auto drive network up here we can tie into. Stop our current course. And that might be, we want that to be like way, way out there. That might work. It's going to be tight on that first corner, but we'll see what happens. Alright, so head down here. Let's get Johnson and Sons flour mill set up to on an auto drive course so we can reach that. Let these guys go by. I think we'll make this a one-way loop. Come in here, start the auto drive back up. That connection point's going to be bad. Yeah, that's not going to work, but we can fix that. Move that in the corner a little bit. Alright, let's see. Okay, thanks. I remember correctly, I scrolled until I found storage, then saw 20,000 and figured I would just change that number. You're hearing BB talk about it, I don't think. I re-zipped it. Yep, that's it. So, you got to re-zip it. Otherwise, it won't work. But if you just change, like, the capacity, then just make sure when you extract it, I have a mod folder in my mods folder. I have a modding folder. I put the mod in there. I extract it. When I do that, I copy the name. When I extract it, I then extract it out, delete the zip folder, make the changes you want to make in the XML, select all the folders, or folders and files, then re-zip them, and when you do, just paste the name back in. I usually just throw edit on the end, and then you can drop it back in your mod folder. You will have some challenges with updates to the mods. So if you don't change the name, like if you don't add edit to the folder name, when the mod gets updated on Mod Hub, it will want to change it, and then it'll overwrite your capacity changes. That's why you want to change the folder name, just so edited or modded on there, and then it won't fall under the update protocol for mods in the Mod Hub. Alright, that'll be the filing point. Yes, problem. You change things, zip file, don't unzip the mod. Yeah, I always unzip. I can't get it to work if I don't unzip, but that just may be me not being very proficient. Alright, one more node, perfect. And we are at the, what are we calling this? Johnson and Sons Flour Mill. Not sure if there's more than one. We don't want to change the name, we want to add one. Alright, I save my auto drive waypoints rather than using folders, which I do use eventually if I get enough in there. But I like to use naming protocols with my mods to help. So all of the buy-sell points where you're going to drop stuff off, the mills, the productions, the oil mills, the bakeries, the whatever they are, I always start with BS for buy-sell. And that groups all of them together. So if I know I'm looking for some place that I need to go drop something off to sell it, then I know they're all grouped together. Folders work well too, but it's a lot of extra clicking. So I tend to just use naming conventions to try to help in that way. One more node. Come on, give me one more. Come on, there we go. I wish there was a button where you could force auto drive to drop a node where you are. You can always stop and start. That's always an option, but... or should they start and stop recording your course? And then the last one we need, wow, this is going to be, what is going on? This is the inbuilt network. What is going on here? I don't understand for 1 minute what they're doing with this node. That's a weird one. I need to delete that one. And as I said, I don't remember my shortcut keys because it's been a while. Alright. Now we're here. Let's have it auto drive empty at the Johnson & Sons buy-sell station. Weird Farmers Unite meeting the old barn off Route 56 tonight at 9 p.m. Sounds like a good time. Is that 9 p.m. Sweden time for Roots, or is that 9 p.m. us? Getting that contract finished up. And now we need to accept the contract or complete the contract. And I will finish this auto drive course back. Okay, there we go. I'm going to finish this loop so we know we can get to and from here and past the shop. We'll send this truck back. We'll get that retriever trailer brought back to the farm, and I'm going to send the Dodge with the flat deck or with the gooseneck back to the shop to get us some liquid fertilizer and maybe even something to move it around with. I believe I have the updated pallet mod installed here that makes all production pallets directly attachable to forklifts and telehandlers and the like. So we'll see if I remember to put that in or not. Once again, why would we want the connection to be right there, guys? Alright, so we'll bring this back, get our connections all set up where we need them. Yeah, Jay, those mods, those decoration mods were cool. By all means. Alright, we just want to connect our exit here. We need to pull a little bit further forward. Could be. There, our exit is all set. I almost wonder... Man, I don't think I can quite do it. We'll see. Can I grab this one and turn the camera enough? It won't connect. I'll have to drive it. That's alright. We'll get that one next time. Just slowly getting our auto drive network filled in. And we'll stop recording here. Get these connected. And we want another entry here. Perfect. I need to get a waypoint at the farm just to send stuff back to us. Stop sending it to the production. Alright, so we got that guy running back. We have the NPC. Let's get auto drive network turned off. We did have him connected because we're going to drive down there and get that other field, which we still will. Maybe we should buy the field real quick so we don't lose it. Let's see about that. So here we go. We'll jump into the menu. How much money do we even have left? 900,000. We're getting low on funds. All right, so we want to buy this field down here, 371,000, assuming it is still, yep, harvest ready. Good news. Now you guys see here, I'll show you. that discount. So we got $18,579 off this field for doing the contract, plus the whatever it was, $20,000 or $30,000 we got for doing the contract. So about a $50,000 swing in purchasing this field for knocking out a single contract. So not too bad. 353 and done. Corn stalks, yep. That time of year. All right, let's go grab our trailer, send him back to the shop. We're going to get him to bring back some liquid fertilizer. And I think we're getting awfully close to having most of the stuff we need on the farm. There's the Punkin Peterbilt. The Punkin Peterbilt does not like being on auto drive. It is eating some frames up. Alright, head to the shop. Meet you there. Alright, let's get the retriever back here. Looking good running up the hill. And see about doing a little bit of testing. So we'll drop the shop trigger here. Let's jump in and find the retriever. Get that reset. Should be right back here with us. Perfect. All right, so that's done. Now, of course, it takes a fifth wheel or a gooseneck, which we just sent that truck away, so we'll have to test that in just a minute. So let's put a road in for our route down to our new barley field and get that set up on auto drive. And when the Dodge comes back with the liquid fertilizer so we can get the seeding started or the planting started on the grass field as well, we will then have that and we'll do some testing with the retriever. So we're here, and the way I like to do it, guys, I like to put the auto drive course in first and then put the road in. That way I know where it's going. So I want this to be, this needs to be two-way. So just looking at how I want to do this. Get this guy out of the way for a minute. So in order to make a one-way course two-way, you can just click the nodes and change it up to two-way. I'm just backtracking this route. Alright, so that's good. And then I want this one to connect across. Whatever I just connected, that was not what I wanted to do. I want this one to connect across to here. They can go that way. We can get out. So that is good there. And then obviously we'll need to link that one there. We can get in and make the turn. Great. All right, so let's head down. Let's put the course in. This is going to be a two-way course. Still have that one link here. Yeah, they're saying it isn't working right. Could be. And this is not the mod that I used last. This one is nice. It's the modeling is way better. But not the same mod I used previously. Trying to figure out which one of these nodes we connected to over here so we can get that done. Is it this guy? Yeah, it is this guy. Okay, so get that removed. Put him back in place so that nothing is broken anymore. Okay, we're good to go. Yeah, it'd be a bummer if that retriever isn't working, because that's a fun mod. I love pulling this stuff on that. And like I said, with the big plows and everything else, it works really well. All right, so need to fix this little bit here. And then we're going to drive straight down here, making the course. Then we'll come back and put the road in next to it. We'll head down to the new barley field. We'll get that harvested. Just a 2.5 hours, so I think we'll be in good shape to get this harvested. Would like to make a little bit of money, save a little bit of money, and do a couple of buildings today as well. Get some stuff in here, get some sheds in, start getting some of the stuff parked up, and we could even do some auto-drive parking set up as well, so that would be a good option. I do plan on putting some open sheds in. I'll tell you guys, if you're using auto-drive for parking, pull-through sheds are your friend. Absolutely way easier than backing stuff in. Backing stuff in is quite doable, but it takes a lot more work and a lot more network development. You need to have a backwards track, a forwards track, pull in, pull out. So there is a lot of stuff going on with that compared to a pull-through. So I always, if I'm setting up, if I know I'm going to use auto drive for parking, my plan is to use pull-through shed. All right, so we're going to call this the staging area, so everything's out of the way. Try to keep things off the field so we're not driving in the crop. All right, we'll save this. Which field are we at now? 61. Add a field 61 waypoint. And then I think we'll be done recording for this. Back up here. And let's connect this back. Now this return course is going to be a one-way, so we can make sure that we're always headed this way on the loop. Keeping it two ways everywhere else is going to let us use this for getting in and out of the fields. And then I want to come here and put in a two-way right here. That eventually is going to lead back out to the road, which is going to be our entrance. We can bring some equipment in this way, particularly the big stuff like the low boy. We can get stuff in down here and not take it up the steep hill, and also have better access. So we're going to get rid of this. Want this to go up here. That way. This is always bit of a pain because you got to backtrack it. I don't know what the shortcut, the hotkey is to make a two-way course when you're clicking through the connections. So I always have to backtrack in here. I messed one up. There's one in here. Let's see. This one's going that way, so we got to get this one. This one is the one that's wrong. Okay, and then back this way. And then, perfect. Is that right? Not quite. We're getting there, though. Let's just dump this one out of the way. And this is why we don't do auto drive on a lot of playthroughs, so let's see. Parking with auto drive seems like a great way to stay organized on the farm. Mine usually degrades over time. Yeah, absolutely, Roots. I mean, that's, for me, it's like otherwise stuff's just left by the field and left all over the place, and that's not the way to do it. So let's put this road in real quick so we have somewhere to go. We should be using gravel, right? Is that gravel? It sure looks like gravel. All right, so we're just going to follow our auto drive network here, smooth out our corners. And this is why I like to put the auto drive network in first, because then you just follow the path and you don't have to worry about where your roadways are going to meet up. And this one, we're going to zoom way out because we're going to be running all the way up. Oh, we're out of the extent of the view of the vehicle. That's all the auto drive nodes that it rendered, so we got to pull up here a little further so we can see the other options. We'll drive about halfway back. Good to go. Did we get notification that the Dodge reached the shop? Because we need to get that back here with the liquid fertilizer for all of our next steps, for all of our projects and our testing and everything else. It is all based on that vehicle being back here. We need the fertilizer for the planter. We need the Dodge back here for the retriever testing. All of that stuff. I have to run up there and check and see if we got notification, if he got up there or not. Maybe off the road somewhere as well, which would not be ideal. All right, almost back with our road here. I do wonder on that retriever mod, you know, it was saying that you could turn it on. Like, I wonder what you're turning on there. Is that the gas pump that you're turning on? Like, what needs turned on that trailer? But who knows? We will see. And like I said earlier, I'll be bummed if it doesn't work. That's a fun mod. The previous versions of that worked really well. And we're almost back. Have our little path through the grass here. We'll get everything all connected up and be good to go. So let's finish this. Let's get up to the shop. Let's get the Dodge headed back this way with the liquid fertilizer. We can keep all of these projects moving the right direction. And then let's soften out this corner a little bit. We know that corner is going to get cut right in there. Perfect. All right. The paving crew is a little tipsy. Yeah, I didn't use my straight edge, but we're just going for a quick access road. Could have thrown a straight edge on it. I tend to get a little OCD about that stuff. I'll use the perfect edge tool and run that road straight the whole way down with perfect edges, but that's not how it really works, so that's not how it would really look on a farm. All right, field 61. See you, bye. Let's check on our Dodge and see where he is. That's a nice looking setup. I like the way that works. It gives it character. They need to add road rollers to the road creation to this, GL. Yeah, that's, I mean, I played through a significant amount of the new Roadcraft, and that was a cool game. Definitely had a lot of tools, and it needs a little bit more, what is it? It's a little simplistic. Not a lot of details in regards to like the actual projects and that kind of stuff. All right, so we're gonna send this guy down to field 61 as well, so he can get ready to harvest. That's a perfect description, GL. I would say arcadey. I played both Snow and Mud Runner, and really enjoyed them. And I played a lot of Roadcraft, and it was fun. It was different, but it felt like it was like a demo. Like you went through and you did things, and it was like, oh, this was fun. This was cool. You can fill the sand. You can make the road. You can pave it. You can compact it. You can use auto create roads in certain sections. And then that was it. It was just rinse and repeat that over and over again. And it was incredibly task-based. You know, there was so much task that you had to do to get through certain maps. Whereas Mud Runner and Snow Runner were such open world, like just, you know, you take your scout vehicle and you got to head out and you got to find, you know, whatever the waypoint is. And you just, you do that until you find it. So we've got a couple fertilizers in here. That's herbicide, liquid fertilizer, 3,200. They're all 3,200 bucks. So doesn't really matter. The pallet add-on mod. Okay, so it does matter. These are the ones that should be good to attach to the front end loaders of things. So let's grab that. Let's see. Been playing Construction Simulator. Would be fun to see some features in there. I agree, Roots. I played Construction Simulator as well. A lot of fun. Tons of equipment. Absolutely tons of equipment. So that was a good one. Hey! Virus, welcome back, buddy. Glad you're here. Virus, what's up? Glad you're back. GL, maybe if it takes off, they'll take the feedback into account and make more money, more of a hybrid. I need to get back into SnowRunner and some good points once I get bored. Violate horde of chickens. Yeah, absolutely, Virus. I'm probably running another hour on this stream, so we have time left. Glad you're here. Thanks so much for coming by. Did we actually buy the? Oh, we did. And guess what, guys? We left the trigger back at the farm. So driving down here to get the fertilizer was a waste because we just had the fertilizer delivered to the farm and paid to have it done. Well, let's jump in here real quick. I want to see if I can find some sort of front loader. The JCB is not a bad piece of equipment. I'd love to get something like this, but that is going to be huge. So the JCB is 73. The Fent is 66. That's a good price on the Fent. Anything else in here comparable, worth looking at? I don't think so. Have the sprayer in there. Thinking that's going to be, yeah, I think we're getting down to the bottom here. Oh, there's another JCB 81. That's more money. Yeah, so let's go ahead and take a look at the Fent. Let's see what we got for tires. Always BKT is always my first choice. Rim color. Yeah, we're not going with red. All right, 66,000. We have the Fent telehandler. Thing is so funny. It's so small. All right, everything seems to be working. We're good to go there. Making this homework situation way more interesting. Let's see. I do that all the time, just wasting time and gas. Yeah, Mike, just absolutely, just, sent the truck halfway across the map and then had the stuff delivered to the farm. Virus, what are you doing homework for? What are you studying? If you don't mind sharing, if you do, no big deal. Don't have to tell us all your lively details. All right, let's jump in here. Camera back up. The camera was way too low. And we'll send you back to the farm. Get done. Yeah. Very true, Roots. Very true. You know what we should do? What I said I was going to do here. They also said we're going to do some testing and haven't gotten to that either. Let's back up and just finish this auto drive course between the entrance and the exit real quick. And then we'll send this guy home. And then I'll bring in some money in a way that we can get it back and give it back, and we'll test the retriever mod with a different header. We'll come out here, get squared up, and let's record. Just need this little section here. Perfect. That is what we needed. Flip a Yui. And let's head out of here. Alright. Hate realizing I've got homework to do because it's Sunday afternoon every week, and then realizing I've been out of school for 10 years even more. I've had some jobs like that where I keep thinking I gotta go back to work, but left those jobs and I'm alright. It's better to be out of them. Yep, absolutely. Environmental science, currently doing geographic info systems course. That sounds great for you. That sounds very difficult if I had to do it. So I'm glad you're the one doing the environmental sciences homework. Not my cup of tea, but sounds really cool. So what do you do with that? Oh yeah, the trailer sounds, the FS25 trailer sounds, guys. I mean, come on. Everything sounds like the trailer's running down an old gravel road and it's completely imbalanced. You got 2 flat tires at all times. I was gonna ask, what is making that ruckus? Train from the 1800s. Yeah, I mean, we're even on the pavement. We're not even bouncing that much, but it is loud as loud can be. So anyways, Virus, what do you do with the school work, the degree, when you're done with all of that? Is that like, you know, like what is the job that you get when you're finished with that? All right, we're getting this guy out of the way. Ready to do some testing with the retriever as soon as we get the Dodge back up here. Soil science is your jam. Okay, cool. So it's like agricultural based stuff. So all that kind of things. GL, yep, glad you're studying too. 10 hours, that seems like a lot. I remember those days. School was not my favorite. So let's see. Since we have the store delivery trigger here anyways, do we have a header in the sale that might be worth trying out? I think the MacDon 17.4. Okay, so this is a header we would use. I'm gonna go with no transport wheels for testing, just to see if that makes a difference. Brand MacDon, we'll go US, working lights, yes. Main color, gray is fine. Design color, let's do something a little bit more fun. All right, so 79,000 plus the delivery. Forest ecology, very cool. Agricultural, health and safety, or civic stuff. So, like, would that be like Civil Corps of Engineer type stuff? Because that sounds, I mean, those are jobs that sound like they're always in demand, right? So, did we get the MacDon? You know, guys, it is reaching that stage where I might be losing my mind. So I just canceled the store delivery trigger and then bought something for the store delivery to be dropped off here, and then it wasn't. So we will get it reset here so we can get some testing done. Great, all done, excellent. All right, so there is the MacDon. Let's get it spun around a little bit and squared up so that we're all ready to go. And there's the Dodge. Perfect. Let's cancel the auto drive back. Throw off the straps. Let's get the Fendt unloaded here. Could be something like that. Cool. Well, very cool. Well, best of luck with that. And the ramps are down. Disconnect. Pull out of there. And let's grab our new Fendt. And the idea here is that the pallets should attach directly to the front of the telehandler. We should not need a fork or any kind of implement to get them. They should, yeah, look at that. That is incredible. Fertilizer 2000. That is very, very cool. And look, it even gives you like a little fake fork setup in there. GL's got the jokes. All right, let's see. Not sure why we're not getting the fill trigger. This one's always, there we go. We just had to get into the actual tractor to get it filled up. It's going to be a bit of filling because we got a huge quantity on this. I'm going to pull this around over by the liquid fertilizer and be closer so we're not driving back and forth. Yeah, roots. So that's what I was saying. I downloaded, I'll show you. I'll come back in, don't worry. Let's just go right here. So I downloaded a mod that makes all base game pallets connect directly to telehandlers, front loaders, and skid steers, I believe. I don't think it does wheel loaders. But we'll come in here, and you have to buy the correct pallets. So in here, so you pull up, and you can just grab it, and it sort of gives you like a little fake forklift or forks on the front. And then, for whatever reason, it really wants us to fill from the implement. So that mod is, we head into the store. Come back in here. So we have all of our standard liquids, and then we have our pallet add-on mod, and that adds all of the standard stuff back, but it has the quick attach like that. So it should do that, and it should, the mod says it works for all productions too. So if you have a greenhouse, anything that's produced base game like lettuce, chilies, mushrooms, stuff like that, once the mod's installed, any pallets that are produced by your base game productions or our base game production items like the lettuce and that kind of stuff should then be quick attach as well, so you're not having to go back and forth to keep getting those attached. So we will grab a couple more of these. Not sure how much fertilizer we're going to need, but we want to have enough that it's not going to be a problem. I still can't quite figure out why it isn't draining into the tank on its own and why we have to actually physically load it. But this mod has always been a little finicky when it comes to getting the liquid fertilizer in. Now it doesn't want to do it at all. So we tried it. Sorry, it works for pallets as well. Yes, it works for the base game pallets. I can't use telehandlers, lifts, or any of those. I have no room for a stick. I rely on super strength for all of it. Yeah, having a farm stick makes a huge difference. Using a keyboard is far too cumbersome for the lifting machinery. And it's not, because keyboards, the mechanical click of the keyboard is like it's on or off, and you need more touch than that to get that stuff to work. So yeah, I absolutely enjoy my farm stick. It makes doing this type of task way more enjoyable. Now let's figure out why this last pallet of liquid fertilizer is not triggering into the seeder. Maybe give it a little bit of space and bring it back and try it again. It did seem to trigger closer to the seed tanks, like instead of the fertilizer tanks. It may just be too close there. Get everything all loaded up. Jay, yeah. That would make it challenging, I agree. I've got a pretty sizable desk, and having the setup with the farm stick, the steering wheel, a keyboard obviously, my mic, I've got triple screens running because I use my desktop for work as well. And I actually have a mini PC on the far side that hooks up to one of the screens, and I got an HDMI switch so I can use the 3 screens for either setup independently. There's not a lot of room left for anything else. Even just getting, I added a Stream Deck Plus recently, and that was tough to find a spot to work just because I couldn't get access to where I needed to be able to reach it because I had to go under my mic to get it. So desktop space is definitely a premium. All right, just a couple more of these. Wish they would autofill, but they don't. The other mod I really like for this situation is, I'm trying to remember who put it out. Ooh, I'm gonna have to remember. I'm using it on the 555 series, but basically if you pull up to a set of liquid fertilizer tanks like these over here, it fills from all of them. You don't have to restart after, you know, usually you like, oh, fill this machine, and then it empties one tank and then you have to do it again. There's a mod now where you can fill from all of them in one click, which is really, really cool. I want to say it was by Yoast, but I don't think that's right. It's like the fill add-on or something. It's a really cool mod, so you can get like a whole bunch of big bags of seed, or whatever else it is, and put it down, and then fill from all of them as you go. All right, 2 more, and we're done. Just hit the 3-hour mark. We're going to get the testing done on the retriever. We're going to get the barley field harvested, the grass planted, and wherever that takes us, bulk fill. Yep. Yeah, I'm not sure who's that by. It's not Yoast. That's not right. It's another guy. He's got a GitHub page because I can picture it. I can picture downloading it. But anyways, the bulk fill mod is really nice because also then you end up with the Loki. Yep. Okay. Yep. Hey, Rob, you're in. How's it going, bud? Yeah, the bulk fill is really nice. Loki puts out good stuff. That's with the auto load. That's what it is. So enjoy that. That way, if you have a bunch of partial, you know, like partial seed bags and all that kind of stuff, you're not putting 100 liters in and going back and forth the whole time. Oh, you've been lurking on me. Won't even say hi anymore, huh? That's all right. Glad you're here. Thanks for speaking up. All right, let's go ahead and, you know, let's start with some wheat. I'm going to put wheat back in this field. It is by far the most boring crop, but it's going to give us straw. It's going to give us the ability to do some productions and give us the ability to feed, you know, maybe 10,000 chickens that live in a trash can, something of that nature. But wheat is a good base crop to start with. And then here, and then remember, I got to figure out if we're on the, let's see, fold seeder. So we're going to hit G again, get to the back, implement, and there's our roller. So I'll show you guys as we seed here. I got to get back over and make sure the seeder's on. So the seeder's on, you can see it, you can just see the rows. Now it's a planter, so it's going to have the planter texture. So that's going to be not the regular one you get for wheat. But as I go past, see how it's rolling behind? So it is planting and rolling all at once. And so you don't have to go back over your field a second time, which I really, really enjoy. Because I feel like driving over the same field 3, 4, and 5 times is just silliness. So rounded corners, no. The ghost roller. That's a good name for it. So looking at my settings, I'm going to turn down my headland overlap a little bit. You know, let's have it skip a row. Let's see if that does anything. Rows follow field edge deactivated even with rows, center direction, none of that really matters. I'm trying to find anything here that might help with our horseplay challenges. So yeah, you're right, Rob. And there's a mulcher. So the typical setup is actually run the mulcher on the front 3-point and the roller on the back. So you mulch, plant, and roll all at once. Yeah, it does. It makes it real fast. There's just nothing here that really changes anything for us in regards to trying to get this done and not have our machines get lost. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Come in here, activate, return to start, late, early. Don't need any offset. Refill deactivated. Working with is normal. Don't need any ridge markers. We're going to bump this guy up to 20. Jump in here. Turns we can do 12. Even 13 is not too bad. Reverse, we can go up to 9. And we're going to deactivate the JPS, increase our penalty factor. I've done this before. This really only helps when there's crops and stuff on the field, but it does force the machine, the algorithm, to calculate a better route in hopes that may help. Allow reverse for pathfinding active. Allow using Pathfinder in turns activated. Loop turn on headland. I don't think that's what's causing us any problems, so. All right, we're going to leave him to his job. Going to jump out and try not to grab the tractor with super strength. And as you can see, we are 100% fertilized, and we do not need to roll, so we are good to go. So let's go ahead and do a little bit of testing with that retriever trailer. I would love to get that thing working. It's such a cool little mod when it works. And like I said, I had it in 22 and really, really enjoyed it, but it is not currently working for us here. And if we can get that guy working, either way, we'll get a header down to the New Holland and start the harvest on the barley. So let's jump around. Let's check on the retriever real quick and see if the MacDon header makes any bit of difference here. Alright, so we have the mod. We need to unfold it. So there we go. The back is unfolded. This is going to be an ugly setup. We're going to have to do a couple swings to get it squared up, but we'll start getting closer to where we need to be, and maybe we get lucky the first try. You never know. Alright, I wouldn't say that's perfectly centered, but it wouldn't have surprised me if it caught the header there. I'm feeling pretty good about this approach. Alright, so let's go back and see what our options are. Turn cutter trailer on. Okay, cutter trailer is on. We've got some... Yeah, we got... Oh, okay, so we have something going on here. Okay, so we can move the header attachment point down, it looks like. And that's the gooseneck, so that's not doing anything. So there, that's the header up. That's the header all the way down. So with it all the way down, and the trailer's on... Oh, guys, success. So you can turn it on. Oh, God. Guys, I can tell you right now, I love testing with you guys. I'm not trying to cut a field with that like that. We're not going that route. Oh, that's hilarious. So it's on. So now if I turn the trailer off... Okay, so yeah, so this is hilarious. Okay, so moving the attachment point down helped quite a bit. If I turn the trailer on using B, it literally turns the header on. That's ridiculous. So let's go ahead and get the header pulled up using the mouse, get it all the way up, and then I'm actually manually returning it all the way around, and then boom. So that's how it's supposed to look, guys. Let's just double check that we don't have any close options or anything like that. Park vehicle, unpark, select. Yeah, we are. Oh, we're on the actual header. So let's switch back to the trailer. So, fold cutter header. Seems like we're there. Unfold cutter header. Gonna tip it around and then swing it right. Okay, so that just unfolds it there. So yeah, so this works. Okay, well, we're using the new MacDon. Let's drive it down to the field, and we'll get going. But this is so much more stable than the header trailers that come. I mean, this is a nice wide trailer. And like I said, it's not just a header trailer. You can use it for things like big plows, that are hard to transport, like some of the SMB 72 and 82 plows that only go across the back of the vehicle, and you get to any kind of bridge or narrow road and they don't fit and there's no way to haul them lengthwise. You hook them up to this and then you bring it down and you're good to go. So we got the Macdon, the massive Macdon header out of this, 17 meters, even bigger than the one we were using before. Swing around here. Try to get angled up so that we get this where the New Holland. The New Holland is not going to last long on this farm. I'm doing all this manually too, because remember, this is the manual retriever as well. So there is one that does it automatically, and maybe the manual was part of the problem. So let's switch over to the header, drop it off, get the Dodge out of the way, get it to the field edge, away from where we're working. Get back in our New Holland. New Holland is still trying to get to its auto drive destination, so let's stop it from trying to drive. Perfect. Without killing any crop. Nice. This New Holland may actually not be big enough to run this header. We'll have to see how all of this goes. Because this is a huge, huge header. Get all unfolded. And drop it down, and let's get into the field. Okay, we're good there. 2 headlands, no rounded corners. All of that seems very reasonable. So 61 is our field numbers. We're going to come in here, create our harvest folder. And when we save course, because we have 2 headers, I'm going to save this as 61 Mac so we know which header we used for this course. And we don't end up bringing down the 16 meter and then end up with a problem later on. We're not getting all of our... Nope, I didn't grab you. I promise. Yep, see there, it tried to get me again. So we don't have a problem with using the wrong header on that course and leaving crop on the outside edge. Grab our quad track. Let's find a spot on the field where we can park this out of the way. We're going to have to get the tipper trailer down here to get this empty, because we're going to have way more than that. So Rob, I save my courses. That way I can flip through them and quickly load them. The big advantage, and I'll show you why, it's actually the next thing we're going to do. Let me just get this guy set up, and then I'll show you exactly why I save my courses, particularly my harvest ones. So part of it, again, is just the ease of just being able to say, hey, yeah, go to this field and do that. Because I can, with the auto drive network, I can send the guy to the field position here, down over there where we just were, and then I can just go into course play and hit start, and it'll drive into the field from there and just start automatically and get moving. So, but the real reason we do it is if you're running a baler, you can run, and I forgot we're not running a baler, we're running a windrow wagon or a forage wagon. If you're running a baler, you can't AI bale. So you actually use that harvest course to put into your baler. So maybe we'll do that real quick and just show you guys. So let's jump over here. I want to send this guy down to the field regardless. We've been actually sitting here burning auto drive money because that guy is 3 inches from his final destination and does not know how to park it when he gets close. So let's go here. I'll grab a baler. Let's do that. I'll show you guys. That's the main, one of the huge advantages of the course play stuff. It also means that if I sell the equipment, I can just go back. Like if I keep the header, I can keep the courses and just go right back in and rework them. So here we go. He's on his way. All right, so let's run in. And let's find ourselves a baler. Definitely want a square baler. Let's let's see, 11, 15. This is the straw harvest pack one. Let's run. We can run the chrome. That's not a problem. Love the bale collect. Definitely the way to go. I am going to toss the money back onto the account. Yeah, balance $2,000. So that was what, 351,000. We'll call it. All right, so there we go. So let's grab our Fent. So if I want this, if I want that field to be, sorry, getting distracted because our John Deere is just about to switch from the headlands to the center. If we want to bale that field using an AI worker, there's no way for them to track the course, like the straw swath on the field. And so you can't do that. Now, there are some AI worker balers that are out that I have not experimented with, but it sounds like they're doing a pretty good job. But it's so much easier to just grab a tractor and hook it up. Yep. Yeah, GL, you got it. You just reuse it. But it's so much easier just to save the course and have the baler follow the same one. All right, where are you going, friend? Where are you going? Don't do anything silly. We might actually be having success here, guys. Okay, we're officially on the ups and downs and did not get lost in the woods. We didn't take a break and just, you know, head out into the woods for no reason. Not sure what the texture is there. Go from there. So we'll grab the baler and we'll run down and we'll bale this field. We can use either the drop deck or the Dodge gooseneck trailer to pick up the bales. That's not a problem. So like here, I'll show you like what we can do. What are we doing here, guys? There we go, getting connected. So what I would do is, like, so I can come into auto drive here and just set it to drive to a destination. I'm gonna send it down to field 61. I'm gonna hit start. While that's happening, it's gonna miss the corner here because I started it too far back. We'll just cut the corner to save our losses. Gonna hit the header. There you go. So while it's driving down there, we jump into course play, and you see how it says field 58, that's the old course. We jump in here, and if I go to my saved routes, I go to harvest, 61 Mac, that's the path the harvester's following right now. I go ahead, clear current course, load course, and then hit back. Then when I get down here, as soon as I get the notification that it hits field 61, I could jump into it and hit the course. But now we'll see, and let's see if we can just send it on its way. Just get it close enough. All right, so we'll stop it here, and all I got to do here is make sure we're on the first waypoint, hit start, and it's got to unfold and track everything, but it should come down here, and it's just going to follow. Let's not drive into the Dodge there, guy. Yeah, that's what are you trying to get on the trailer now? What are we doing here? This is just silliness. Jay, good to see you, bud. Thanks for stopping by. We are fully stuck. Got to get the fence off. So, back to this one. If we come down here and we just hit start on the first waypoint, it'll now work its way up to the field and start baling all the stuff. Is there an advantage of getting the double tires on your tractor? There is, and it actually was it's a FS25 thing. So some of the ground textures with so you look here, Rob, see how it's just collecting the straw and making us bales? It won't know how to do that if you don't put it on course play, is the short answer. So the double tires with the FS25 ground indentation and traction modifiers they put in. So if you're on a soft surface like sand, you actually do sink in less and get better traction. And there have been a number of tests done and completed, primarily in FS22. I have not seen the updated ones in FS25. But as far as actual traction to the ground, the dual tires tend to get you more traction and less slippage on all surfaces as well. I think was it maybe Farmer Klein put out a video, someone did, or maybe it was Farmer Cop, did an uphill test and basically created a ramp that was so steep that nothing was going to make it to the top of it, and then timed it and put like a finish line at the top and saw how long it took each tractor. He had the same tractor, same horsepower, but switched the tires, and it actually changed the tractor's ability to get to the top of the hill and its speed as well. Yeah, I love the dual tires. Love the big tires on that. Yeah, that straw mount was huge. Should have gotten something with a bit of an unrealistic capacity to pick this up, but we will figure that out. So while he's working here, we are going to have to pick up the bales, which is not a problem. But I do want to get auto drive set up. Now, we're not going to end up needing to empty because the capacity on this guy. You want to let's once again end of the stream. We're approaching the 4-hour mark. Well, I guess yeah, we're right at 3 hours and 20 minutes. We're not quite the 4-hour mark. Let's make it harder on ourselves towards the end of the stream. Let's take this down to just the bulk extension. So the capacity is 82,000 liters, and the grain cart holds 88. Is there one with 100? No, 82 is the top. So we'll put that on. We'll make that change. So we just reduced the capacity of the trailer from, I think, 1 million liters or something ridiculous down to 82. So we're here. We'll connect. Now we're going to come into auto drive, and we're going to, I got to remember exactly how to do this. So auto drive, we want to fill at farm 61. We want to empty at farm silo extension, and we're doing that with wheat. Boom. So now when the quad track gets full and pulls around and empties into here, it's going to fill it, and then it's going to run back to the farm, and it's going to empty into our silo there and then come back. Now, the caveat to all that is I need to get up there and get the truck out of the way that is up there right now, and we got to get a flat deck down here to pick up the bales, because otherwise the harvester is going to get caught on the bales, and that makes a mess. So we're going to run the Dodge up there real quick, grab the trailer. Yeah, the straw mound, so Roots, that's why I run the forage wagon with the windrower arms. It gets all the straw. I mean, it just gets every last little bit of straw. It doesn't care about the mounds, doesn't care about the width, doesn't care about, you know, where the harvester straightens out and does the corners, all those sort of silly spots. It just gets it. And we were talking in the last stream about how the arms, even at this stage, they have no collisions, so they just go right through everything, so you're not getting caught up on everything or anything like that. I'm thinking $346,000. You know, maybe we spend a little bit of money here. Maybe we spend just a little bit of money. Not that we haven't spent, you know, what is it, almost $2 million so far today. But let's see about, I'm thinking, I know exactly which trailer I want to pick up, and I want to use this guy to, did not want to do that. I want to use this guy to pick up the bales. We're going to have a ton of bales. John Deere is doing well. So if you remember the two things that we changed on the John Deere, we changed the reading in corners, we made it every other row, and we turned off the JPS Pathfinder. So I'm not sure which of those is allowing it to successfully navigate planting that field without getting lost, but I am certainly not complaining about it. So head up here, there's a cheap, is there low loaders? Yeah, the Load King aluminum flatbed. This thing is $26,000. Just a great mod. Has wood supports if you want to do wood on it. You can adjust the wheels and move them up and down. Costs like $2 to move the wheels. And then you got all your color options, obviously. So this is a great trailer. Again, another one that I would absolutely recommend putting on your download list. Having a flat deck for under 30K is just, I mean, that to me is great. So have that done. Yeah. GL, yeah, absolutely. Auto driving courseplay work very well with root crops. The big thing there is just making sure you have, I mean, typically what happens is you get so many of the root crops that you end up waiting on your vehicles to get to and from wherever, like whatever silo you're putting them in or production or anything else. So I would recommend, you know, depending on whether you want to use realistic capacities or not, I would recommend having multiple vehicles on your auto drive course running the root crops from the field wherever you're taking them, because that drive time tends to be the slowest bit. No path found needs to be unloaded. Interesting. So we may be having a problem somewhere. No path found is probably the John Deere that I just got done complimenting. We'll have to see how that works out. Now we have universal auto load, so we got to go around and hit the headlands. The baler appears to be in the trees or in the power lines. We'll deal with that when we get there. What is oh, small fields? Yeah, then you'll be fine. There'll be no problems. Let's get auto bale pickup turned on. Try to get these done. We're going to check on both the quad track and the baler when we get around the field. That's a Jake brake. That's a big American thing, the Jake brake. All right. Get all these picked up from the headlands. Keep it moving. Could have turned this to stacking and started to layering instead of stacking. Yeah, roots. I mean, that is the big difference. If you can automate a lot of the repetitive, what I would consider to be relatively annoying tasks, it makes some of the crops really worth doing. You know, having, like, you look at some of those root crop harvesting contracts, and it's like, it's going to take me 6 hours. I'm going to have to constantly switch machines, constantly be jumping around. All right, so not sure if what happened with quad track, because it was working fine. Which way are you going to go? Forwards or backwards, guys? Forwards is good news. That means we're on track and going the right direction. Okay, it does not like... Why are we complaining? So it unloaded it at least once and then decided it didn't like it. Yeah, just reset it on the field. Can't tell you why that was. Probably worth looking at the settings to make sure we've got the speed up on this guy. We want our carts running as fast as possible across the fields. Are we going to go unload, or are we going to drive in circles? What are we thinking here? Yeah, Roots, you can absolutely just automate harvest. You know, that's the huge advantage of the auto drive course play integration. And I mean, that's where, okay, what did we end up doing here, guys? Come on. You're gonna make me use super strength, aren't you? Because you got this thing so wrapped around the pole. Oh, maybe not. All right, we win. Got it out without using super strength. Yeah, you can absolutely come in here with auto drive and course play, and you can do some huge, huge stuff. Not sure where you're going. Now we're going to lose all this crop because you just drove through the center of the field. It's an interesting choice. Well, no, I don't want you going up there, bud. Yeah, he is set on the first waypoint, but I'm using my Farmstick buttons to set him on the nearest. So that is a good call, but that should not be the problem. It appears it is, but I have on the side of my Farmstick, I have 3 buttons: first, closest, and last waypoints for course play, because I use it so much that I just set it back off that way so I don't have to click around on all of that stuff. All right, so we are about to see the automation potential of course play here. I'm going to go grab these bales out of the way, because here comes the quad track that's going to empty into the Punkin Peterbilt, and it's going to fill it. So the Punkin Peterbilt is... that's the bale collect add-on to the Crone system. That is a mod specific to a couple of the Crone balers GL that allows it to collect and drop them in 3s. So anyway, so we're unloading here. That has an 88,000 liter capacity. The grain cart does. So we should fill this truck up, and it should automatically run back to the silo, which we have cleared. I'm going to go hands-free. I'm not actually doing anything with this. Just going to watch. I'll catch up on chat a little bit. Needs to be unloaded again. I do like that on Montana, though. I wish I could delete the billboards and keep tripping me up. You got to download the map hider object mod, and you can either remove the collisions and leave the object, or remove the object altogether. I removed several of the billboards after year 4. It got to be just way too much. Rob, interesting. What's the attachment in the back of the baler called? That is, like I said, that's the X Collect. That is part of, there are a couple of Crone balers that have that as an add-on. It just triples your bale drops. You don't have to pick them up every single location. Now, we could have a conflict with them running into each other, which appears to be what's about to happen. Okay, well, the Peterbilt's just bullying the quad track, who's not taking it very well, and bullying him back. Okay, so it did work. We did knock the tailgate off the back of the tipper, so that's not ideal, but you know, we'll get through that. Do want to see what I have. Yeah, we have the Peterbilt max speed set to 99. We don't want to be anywhere near 99 miles an hour. I think 55 is about the max speed we want him to go, and then cornering, we definitely need him down at 50%. Otherwise, he will be so tipped over. We won't have anything to do with it. Yeah, there are way too many signs in general. They keep flying all... Yep, I agree. The signs, I have not figured out how to delete off of the Judith Plains, Montana map. The map hider, the map object hider mod does a great job in general of keeping that stuff and getting rid of it in the collisions, and I use that frequently. But the signs, I think you have to go into Giants Editor, and I don't mess with Giants Editor, so have not figured out how to get rid of those. But I'd love to get rid of those. I think there's like 5 or 6 or 7 or even 8 signs at that 4-way intersection right by my farm. And there's no, like, I think the Gator or the side-by-side, the Beast, can make those turns without hitting them, and nothing else I have can. Which truck are you talking about, GL? You talking about the Peterbilt, the Kenworth, or the Dodge, the pickup truck? Yeah, Mike, there are a couple mods. There are a couple trailer doors that do that. There's one on the FS Canada dump truck I like using that does that too. I'm not sure why that is, But the only real damage I've ever seen is on the tailgates of trucks like this. Yeah, Giants Editor. Yeah, I don't mess with Giants Editor. I probably should learn. Oh, the Demonic Invasion. That is from FS Canada Mods. You can find that on King Mods. It is the Kenworth T800. My only caveat to that is I tried downloading the T800 a couple of times, and I believe the most recent update, there's like version 1 and version 1.1 and maybe 1.2, but the most recent one did not load for me. I had to go back a version to get this to load. So now we're running into a small problem where I don't think our trigger is far enough up for our trailer, so it's not pulling up far enough to get the dump. So we just move the waypoint up a little bit and then turn it on, turn it off, and see if it will dump. Yeah, see, it stopped before that, so that trigger was not far enough up. That's just on me for placing it there. Make quick adjustments to your auto drive courses, and away you go. Yeah, the Roadrunner definitely does have a crazy Jake brake. All of 82 Studios trucks have crazy Jake brakes as well. Oh, the Canada FS team, they make a ton of good vehicles. They've got the Freightliner stake bed that I used in the MRB series. They've got just a bunch of good mods, and their vehicle stuff, their stuff is usually super clean and works very well. I've had almost no issues with their stuff, except for, like I said, that one with the T800, that last version, for whatever reason, it just wouldn't load. I'd put it in my mod folder, it wouldn't show up in the mod list, so there just must be some sort of compiling error with that. So now this guy's going to go back to his spot. Oh, that's why it had to go here. So I need to make a quick change to that course there to get it so it overlaps. That's on me. I can figure that out. But he's going to go back to the Field 61 staging point we put in, and he will wait until he's full there again, and then the quad track will come around and empty into him again, and he will go back to the silo. And all of that is automated. I'm hands-free. I'm not doing anything here. Wish there was a way to download them all. Well, there is, but it takes up a lot of space. Might get the version before then, too. Going to go on a spree downloading modded vehicles. I won't be able to ever afford to buy my SB save. I've only started playing Farmstick very recently, and I'm wanting to restart my farms on my third one now. Yeah, I felt like that was something that I ran into a lot as well early on, was I'd play and then I'd want to make changes, and I'm at the point now where I know the mods I like, so it's not too hard, but I completely understand that thought process of you get going and then you learn a bunch of stuff and you see a bunch of stuff, and you're like, oh, I want to put that barn in or use this vehicle or I want to harvest this crop or anything else. But yeah, there's no wrong way to play, particularly if you're on PC. You got lots of options with easy dev controls and stuff like that. You can, I would always have a farm in the background where I just have $100 million, and I can just, like, hey, if I want to go buy something or try something, I can, set a field crop to whatever it is I want it to be. So, all right, so the Peterbilt, the Punkin Peterbilt is back at Field 61 waypoint, and it is going to stage here until it is full and ready to go back to the silo. So we're going to continue on our journey of picking up bales. This is one of the reasons I don't do bales on big maps in general. One, you just get a million bales. Two, when you run the baler, and I like to run all my equipment at the same time, you end up with bales around the working area of the field, and then the harvester hits them and gets stuck, so you need to pick up the bales as they go down. There are lots of ways you can do that. You can connect bale trailers and all kinds of things to your baler and have auto pickup. You can also use the course play bale pickup function. It'll just drive around the field and pick them up. But I like to just go around and get them all off the headlands, and then the rest are not really a problem. We just have to go from there. Finished work, that is exciting. I'm hoping that's the John Deere up at the main field there, putting the wheat in, because that means we can then switch it over to grass and run it in the new, what was the wheat field that is now going to be the grass field. Basically swapping those fields, because I don't like having grass fields or having crop fields right off my farms where I drive a lot. because inevitably we end up in the crops and then we end up losing crops. So I like the field right next to the farm to be grass whenever possible. Okay. The Fent may be... We may have to fire the Fent driver. I don't know what his deal is. He drove on the back of the retriever trailer, and now he's played chicken with the harvester, and he's lost. So that is utter silliness, whatever's going on here. Oh, and then, of course, there are bales behind him, so if I do move him, then the harvester... Oh, it's getting worse. The harvester is not putting up with his crap. That's like when your dad tells you to stop screwing around, and you keep messing with him, and eventually you just get the business. That's what's happening. The Fence stood up to the big harvester and thought he was going to be a big man, and harvester decided to show him otherwise. Oh, let's get this moved out of the way, and let's go figure out what the Fence is doing. We can pull him off the field for right now. Can I even get into him? That is the real question. Turn on the last waypoint. Let's get off of our harvester. Let's get spun around here. We'll leave the Fent over here out of the way. I'll set him off to do the rest of the straw baling once the harvester's out of this area, and we don't have to worry about him getting tangled up anymore. Virus had some similar experience myself. Desire to surf the mod page is strong. Yeah, well, that's, I get up in the morning and I, do my morning routine, and then I hit the YouTube channel and I hit the mod pages and see what's come up overnight, see if there's stuff I want to add. I love looking at the mods. There's just so many nice maps, mods, themes. I really like the vintage-ish stuff too, as it reminds me of the crap we'd use my uncle's farm during my childhood. Yeah, there's a lot of cool vintage stuff as well. So let's get over and check on the John Deere. The John Deere's done. Did a good job. It's interesting, those stripes are where the grass was that didn't get mowed. But we'll check the PDA and see about the planting here and see where that got. Yeah, Rob, I'm with you. It's fun, and there are challenges out there, base game stuff. And actually, interestingly, Gaming Joy, who does some great mods, he does the industrial sawmill we were talking about earlier, has a mod that removes all the base game mods, and you can only play with modded stuff. That would be an interesting challenge idea. Get rid of all the things that are base game. So let's get this guy going, and then let's do a little bit of farm building as we head out for the end of the stream. And we'll get that turned off, get that turned off. Keep meaning to get that field untagged that we tagged earlier when we were harvesting, because it's just popping around in the background. We don't need that anymore. Get the menu turned on because we need to get to grass. Want to make sure we're good. Okay, the grass is good. The roller is out. We'll drop. We got to switch back up. This is where the invisible roller becomes a bit of a challenge. So you have to get it out and turned on. Then you got to tab, use the G key for me to get back to switch your tools. Get back, turn this on, and then you want to control the planter, not the roller. You just want that running in the background. I wish that was more of like, if the planter's on, the roller is also on, but they do function as two completely separate items. Now, guys, like right here, like this little bit right here where the planter had to come back and go diagonal across the corner there, that's usually a huge problem for me with the new courseplay issues. But whatever settings we got going here, we turned off JPS Pathfinder. We activated allow using the Pathfinder in turns, which I think is what may have made the difference, and then up the Pathfinder penalty factor to 3 so it works harder to find the routes. So I think all of that is working in our favor. So I'm excited to maybe have a second field here that is also not going to be a problem and go from there. So let's generate the route. Perfect. We'll get started. I'm not going to save this route because it's planting grass and we should never have to plant grass again. So it should be nice and easy. Just get the grass in the ground and go from there. Checking the PDA. for the field. We just did. Oh, nice. Got a new member. Roots, did you? Oh, Roots, you did it again. Holy goodness, Roots. Another 5. Roots, thank you, man. That is, you don't need to do that. That's 10 today. That is absolutely crazy. I appreciate that. So Mike got a gifted membership. Jeff Rush got a gifted membership. Peter Anderson, Sinatagan got a gifted membership. Bessie got a gifted membership. Guys, that is, Roots, thank you. And guys, if you don't mind, drop Roots a thank you. That's really, really generous of him. So appreciate him supporting the channel. And like I said before, he and Andre set up our community server, and he's been inviting everybody. We have such a great community of people here. So happy to be part of it, and so glad you guys are here. So thank you, thank you, thank you. GL, are there any mod packs that yourself or people here would recommend? Oh, there's tons of them. I mean, you can start, there's a bunch of good stuff on Mod Hub. 82 Studio stuff is usually all pretty good. Mike S. and Riley S., who made this planter, has some good stuff out there. The Colossus pack is a great base game mod that just makes, if you just want to go big farming and just be done, that's a great one as well. But I find, for me personally, that finding this Lowboy trailer here, I love the detail work. I love the winch and the lights and everything else. Finding the one-off mods are also really, really fun too. So good stuff. I'm gonna have some extra episodes I can watch then post-stream. Yeah, that's awesome. Hispano, another good one. Yeah, Hispano does great stuff. He does a lot of large-scale stuff as well. So, all right, let's grab some sheds and see what we can do here and make it happen here, and maybe even get one auto drive course set up for parking before we head out. So my go-to shed, and I'm actually, guys, we're at hour 3 here, so you want to know what I need to do. Actually, we're approaching hour 4 here. Let's hit a game save. Let's not have any additional incidents like we did with the first one. Maybe the stream goes well and then the game crashes, and then I gotta go redo all the work and everything else. So let's hit a game save real quick. So my go-to shed is the open shed that I can put solar panels on. Super cheap, $15,000. That's the open shed mod. You can color the roof. They stack really well together. The customization, you have your color. So just to demonstrate that here, you got the orange roof, and then you have the solar panels. Solar panels are only $5,000, and you're making your money back fairly quick. We did we do the black? I think the barn was not quite black. Was it really dark? I think was it onyx? Yeah, the barn is onyx, so we're gonna hit that. All right, so I like to do all my sheds and all my add-ons snapping so that everything lines up in a square, and that's probably a bit of my OCD speaking. But, we'll all make it through the way we make it through. So where do we want to put these? Want to look at some of the directions we have here. I'm going to attempt to put a couple of these together. And because of that, I need the ground to be very, very level so they line up. So I'm actually going to come in here first with my leveling tool, and we're going to get the intensity up, and I'm going to make this whole area inside here, for the most part, at least in the middle, all one level. All right, so we are all one level there. So now we should be able to drop these sheds on and get them to line up. Because like I said, I enjoy having a couple of them together. So yeah, 15,000. We have no construction cost, which indicates that we have them where we want them. Hit them with that onyx black roof. We're going to come in here now. You have to have a lot more turning space than you think you need to get stuff into these sheds. The distance between the path here and the shed here is relatively adequate for a couple of implements. If you get things that are bigger than that, it's going to be a challenge. So we'll start down here. When we even get 2 in here, it's going to be really, really tight. We're going to do 1 here, and then we're going to line up here, and we're going to go for the second one. I do the second one from in front because if you don't line them up, you end up, see how the post in the middle there, they're doubled up. If you have it perfectly level and you snap it in here and go to B so it doesn't do any construction, I've overlapped those middle posts. I place it, and essentially when we come over here and look, you can't tell the difference. Here's the combined post in the middle. It's that one right there. There's actually 2 posts coming down. I suppose if you got really close, you could probably find a couple of differences, but you're good to go there. And we even made it without hitting the barn. So once that's all done, we got our leveling all set. Come in and let's hit it with some gravel and make sure that we have everything set up the way we want. So I'm going to make this nice and big and just fill this whole area. And all of this becomes gravel because we're going to be pulling in through the back. Going to make sure our corner's nice and soft here for getting stuff in. Clean up our corner here because that's going to need, we're going to be coming that way as well. And then I got to figure out how we're going to exit out of here. So maybe grab this and come together here. Just pull all of that, and then we'll have it exit right through here. So that's sort of our yard. Come back in, hit it with our oh, there goes our, see the Punkin Peterbilt there. He's made another run back up. Are we on tall grass or medium grass on this map? That is there a different meadow grass here at the end? That's not even the same grass. It's not even as tall. Close. It's not quite it. So then come in. I like to do the edges of my grass with the paintbrush on small. And then I pop it up and do the middle. Still need to change that one course so the Peterbilt can get where it needs to go. Clean up my edges a little bit. Drop back down. Alright, and then pop it back up in size. We're good to go there. I might put something in this area over here. I don't know. It could be a gas tank. Could be a couple of different things. So I'm going to leave that area open. But I'm fairly confident at this stage that we're not going to put anything along the building. So at this point, we come back in. We need to anchor it with some landscaping. And let's see. That tree generally fills out that area pretty well. Does that one hit the building? Don't like it when it clips the building. All right. Couple of trees there. Head back over, get into the shrubs. Like to increase my brush size just a little bit. Do a little bit of streaking of the bushes. Get them out of the road. Got a little excited there. All right. There we go. So that is looking pretty nice right along there, right along the building. So we are good to go. Now you can see just a tiny bit of space underneath. You see like right there, tiny bit of space underneath the shed poles because we placed them in free mode. But that, you put a little grass around them and it goes right away. All right, let's see. Oh, yeah, I have all ground textures mod downloaded. If you want me to put that in the Discord, just ping me in the mod section and tag me. I'll put it in there. But I have all the ground textures installed. It's a mod pack. It gives you everything, no matter what map you're on. So you get all that stuff. I'd also like to look at what ones I have. Yeah. More paintable textures on King mods. More paintable, that might be it. If it's not, it's basically the same thing. But I have the one, I think it was all textures. Yeah, all the ground textures mods. See, I'm not reading chat fast enough. You guys, we're going to turn the latency down for the next stream, and I still can't keep up. So, the all ground textures pack mod, not sure if I get any extra. Yep, that's it. The all ground texture one, that's the one I use. But the other one, you know, if it gives you the ground textures, it doesn't really matter. So let's grab something, and real quick here as we're wrapping up, let's get a parking situation done. So what vehicle do we want to start with? There are going to be a bunch. I gotta figure out what's gonna fit underneath this shed. I think the Pottinger might be too tall. Alright, so real quick before we do that, I want to fix the auto drive network down here. So this little spot here does not work because it doesn't allow the Peterbilt to turn around where it needs to. So we want to move this, and we want to put this one here and this one to here. So now it can loop tight or it cannot loop. We could erase the one in the middle. The inner loop is not important, but we still have it, so it's heading over here. You want what we'll do? We'll do an easy one. I got an easy one to end the stream with. We went hard on some of the other stuff. We'll go easy on this one. Let's get a parking spot for the Fendt. So when you're making parking spots, Nicholas, welcome. Glad you're here. Big fan of the RCRC. Yeah, that's the one that really blew the channel up. That was one that really, I enjoy that one quite a bit. So when you're doing parking on auto drive, here's my suggestion. This is not a perfect science, but here's my suggestion. I do it without the implement attached, at least until you get more comfortable with it, because the vehicles don't follow the path exactly. They're typically on the outside of the path. So you want to do hard turns and then pull into everything straight. And that can be hard to do with, say, an implement behind you. So what I would do here is I would come around this way, and here's where you guys, I got to remember. Oh, I got to think here, and it's gonna be tough. I need to make an alternate, or I'm sorry, a secondary path, which is it control record? No. Nope. Alt? Nope. Shift? Yes. Do you notice how the auto drive record path is yellow? Okay, that is making a secondary route. That means that anytime a vehicle calculates a path to drive from point A to point B, it will avoid the secondary route unless there's no other way to get there. So what we don't want to have happening, and this is what will happen if you just put a regular course in, if I were to just start doing a regular course, pull into the bay and pull out, every single vehicle that pulled back here to loop around would try to pull through the bay because it's a shorter distance. And then it would be crashing into the vehicle I have parked there all the time. So I make it a secondary route. I come across here, and you can see the dots are yellow. I turn sharp, and then I straighten and try to pull as straight in as possible. I pull up until I get a node that is in front of where I want the vehicle to stop, which is going to be the next one here. Any second. There we go. I'm going to label that. And again, I use tagging for all my labels so I can remember park. And this is going to be tele. So this is where the telehandler's parked. Now, if I have a vehicle, I can make this the vehicle's parking spot. If I have an implement and I want to make this an implement's parking spot, I need to use the switch tools, the G key on the keyboard, to make sure that I have the implement selected. Whatever's selected in the top left-hand corner, when I come down here and I shift click, I gotta remember how to do this. Is it right click? Oh, what is it? Yes. Okay, so it's control right click on the park button will set this as its parking spot. So now I have this, and now what I want to do is I want to stop recording a secondary route. I want to turn that off, turn it back onto a primary route, because now I'm going to drive this out, and this is how all the rest of the vehicles are going to get out of this area. So if I come back here, stop it, turn it off, and then I connect my waypoints. All right, and now the only thing I need to check is if the first connection point, that first auto connection point, did it go square? Did it go? Okay, it was a good one, but we're good there. All right, so now this vehicle has a parking spot. And if I am in the auto drive network, and you can hotkey this, and I have it hotkeyed, I don't remember what it is. But if I come down here and I click on the P icon in the auto drive menu, it automatically sends the telehandler to park. Now, it hit the wrong course, so it's going to do a loop. Not a big deal. But you'll see it's going to go around, and it's going to pull up till the front of the vehicle is right on top of the park marker in front of the bay. So here we are. We'll loop through. Yeah, T1 or the supercut. Oh, okay, guys. This is 100% on me. Everything was correct except for I had the farm silo production selected as its waypoint. So we need to come in here and pick park telehandler, and then come in here and set the destination, and then hit park. Can't reach it. Let's see why. Okay. So anytime it doesn't want to reach a destination, you just drive until you can. I can tell you it's this marker up here. This one, it was too close. We got to come in here and we got to separate this. See how it's a 90 degree? It does not do 90s at all. So there we go. Fix that little bit of the course there. Now we hit park. And away it goes. And it'll pull all the way up until the front of the vehicle is right up to the park spot. Now, obviously, that's too far back, or too far up. So I back it up. I use the right mouse button. And I just drag this point back to here. Hit park again. And it pulls up to the point there. I can even move that even further back, because this is not a big implement or tool. When you have longer ones, you want the point a little further out. So there we go. Pull up to park, and that's it. Telehandler's parked right there. That is its home now. So that is, we got some sheds placed, and we got some parking done. Want to check on the harvest real quick. It caught up on chat, and we are going to be about out of here. Just hit the 4-hour mark with that. Here comes the Punkin Peterbilt, dragging up. What do we even have in there? It's got to be the barley. 156,521 liters of barley so far, and another 82 going in. We have a ton of barley. So let's ride with this guy for a minute while I get caught up on chat and we wrap everything up. So let's see. There's Nicholas checking in. Yeah, the year one supercut for the T5. The supercuts, guys, I put those together on a whim. Those have been just, people love those videos. I'm glad you guys love them. They're not hard to put together, but the supercut videos tend to do really, really well. I need to catch up on both RC and 555. Been way too busy over the past couple weeks. No worries, Virus. Hey, they're always there. Content's there whenever you get there. That's a great part. I mean, when I watch content, I'll watch, you know, every video someone puts out for a couple weeks, and then I come back to it, so that's the beauty of it. Let's see. Yeah, I have a few on each to catch up on. NFL season has started up. Had to watch there. I won't hold that against your Roots. I'm not a football guy. I'm a hockey guy, but it's all right. Football's fun. I got a lot of friends who watch football, and this is a tough time of year for it. Love the tutorials, BP. Hey, Mike, happy to. Tutorials are here. That's it. The game. You gotta have fun in the game, and if you the more you can do. The thing that I think is challenging about Farm Sim, and what makes it great, is that you can play like the most simplest way and have a great time, and that's totally fine. But the game is very, very robust and gives you a lot of options to do different things and try different things, and you can really get into some just incredibly complex things that are a lot of fun to do. Okay, let's see. What team is your favorite? I've been a Colts fan since the 90s. The RC Season 1 Supercut is how I found you. Yeah, the RC Season 1 Supercut, or the Year 1 Supercut, is my best performing video by a huge, huge margin. I'm curious what the actual completion rate is of the Supercuts are. I don't know what you mean by that, Virus. But the supercuts are out for every series. Oh, the completion of people watching, I bet is what you're saying. So it's interesting. YouTube across the board notes that if people make it like 16% of the way into your video, it's considered a success, and a high mark for watch time is 30%. And that doesn't really change based on whether it's a long video or a short video. And the supercuts, the reason they're so successful actually is because people don't watch the whole thing in one sitting. So every time they come back, it counts as a new view for the video. But most people, the average time, I can tell you right now, actually, here, I'll pull it up. I won't be able to show you guys, but I can pull it up and tell you real quick on the video analytics. Here, let's grab that over here. Okay, so content. I'm just bouncing around here, guys, looking at the other screen. So let's see, where is RC? Videos. Okay. Year 1 supercut analytics. Let's see. So the year 1 supercut has 34,000 views, 25,000 hours of watch time. And where is the average watch time on that one? So the average view duration for the year 1 supercut is 43 minutes and 49 seconds. And the average percentage viewed is 14.1. So as I said, anything over 13% is considered quite successful. So yeah, 43 minutes and 49 seconds. So quite a bit of that actual video is good. I'm curious what the actual completion. I agree with Mike's videos are all really good. Bangles for me. Yep. Okay, cool. You've done some really good. Yep, yeah, the amount of people who watch the video all the way through. Wow, is there no higher mark than 30%? Oh, no, there's definitely higher. But just if you have a majority portion of your viewers still watching your video at the 30% mark, it's like a wild amount of success. The charts, and I can post these I can post you guys one in Discord if you want, but the views on your videos, like when you do content creation, the first 30 to 45 seconds are like a reverse logarithmic curve. People are dropping off rapidly. And then after that, it levels out. And where it levels out is actually basically how you know a video is successful or not. If it plummets down to 0, then no one's watching it after 30 or 40 seconds. Obviously, you're not having any success. But beyond that is where you get a lot of capture rate and all that kind of stuff. So, so no higher mark. Okay, 32,000 views. That's great. Yeah, I mean, that's incredible to me. It just blows my mind. Still no Super Bowl wins for Virus. Yeah, the Bengals. That does happen. Cool. All right, well, guys, that's going to be about it for me. We are actually, that's perfect timing. You can see the quad track in the background going to grab the last bit of barley out of the New Holland. Heading up there. But that is it. So we had a good live stream, got a new field purchased, got some stuff harvested, did some contracts, did auto drive stuff, got the retriever working, which was really exciting. I'm glad because that's a mod I really, really enjoy. Yeah, just a great live stream. Is there a plan behind doing the time lapse to start almost every video? Yes and no. It's not an intentional thing. I do think it helps hook the music. The music always helps. I don't know why that is. But for me, I try, a lot of the feedback I got early on the videos was that I felt like as a player, as a person creating the content, a lot of things got repetitive. And it wasn't unpleasant for me. I enjoyed some of the repetitive stuff. But I felt like, hey, guys, today we're going to cut down another 10 trees. Or, hey, guys, today we're going to, put TMR in the cow barn. Doing those tasks every single episode gets really repetitive. And I also want to have a goal for each episode and try to bring some new content, a new idea, some new progress to the series so that the content continues to be engaging. And oftentimes, to get to that point where I can say, plant the new field or put the new building in or whatever it is that I want to do, I need to get other work done. And so if I have to say, you know, like at some point, like here's a perfect example, I'll give you one. On the T5 series, our loan is $50,000 a day. It's like $37,000 on the principal, and I think $13,000 or $14,000 in interest. So there are days that I log in to start recording and we have a negative balance. And that's totally fine. It's part of the series. I want you guys to see that. It's not a problem. But I can't hire a courseplay worker to mow the grass. And I need the grass to be mowed because the sheep have no feed, and I need to turn the grass into hay, and I want the episode to include getting the sheep fed because I ran out of food. So I can't do that task until I've done some other things to make some money so we can hire a worker. Or I need to do the task myself because we don't have money for the worker, so we can get to the point where we can go sell the stuff. So when it comes to things like that, where I need to get something done to get to the next step so I can record, that's where a lot of those time lapses come in. I do find that they do better at the beginning of the videos than the end, but I don't really have a plan necessarily to do it or not to do it. It's just the way that it works out. And I'm trying to keep the episodes between like 30 and 40 minutes each, because that seems to be a sweet spot for you guys, and it gives you good content. And then we do the supercuts. It puts them at the 5 to 6 hour mark about a year, which is also good. So that's a very long answer, but the time lapses are just a way to make sure you guys get to see content that maybe doesn't need my talking head over it, just constantly blathering on in your ears, but is important that you guys see that stuff gets done so the series has some content. Cool. Great stream, BP, 4 hours a day. You know what that means? 5 hours Monday from streaming right into work. Yeah, I mean, we're going all night Monday, right? Just put on your work clothes, shower, brush your teeth, put on your work clothes to Monday night stream, because when it ends at 6:30 a.m. Eastern time, you're going straight into the office afterwards. Roots, I think you're doing a great job with the plan to have an interesting structure for each episode. I try, you know, some of it's repetitive, and I think part of that's is enjoyable, and I also think some of that is we got to get new content. So guys, thank you so much for being here. This was an incredible stream. Really excited to have the Sunday afternoon time slot. I think this is one, I can't promise it every week because weekends are my busiest time, but if I'm in town, my plan is to do a Sunday afternoon stream. And I think at this point the goal is going to be do a minimum of 1 weeknight stream, because that's frequently when I have time. I can't commit to a day on that specifically, but you know, we'll try to get one in during the week, and then whenever I'm around, we'll try to get one in on Sunday afternoon as well. Knowing it's football season, you know, maybe we'll try to get it Saturday afternoon if I'm around, but Sunday's typically the day that I'm back. I can get that stuff done. So, but really appreciate all you guys being here. Roots, you know, thanks again for the gifted channel memberships. That was incredible. Guys, the channel memberships are there. They offer early access to the videos. We had this discussion last stream as well. Oh, virus is back, the end of the stream. The channel members, you guys get early access to the videos, but all the videos come out for everybody. You can see them, which is a YouTube incentive thing, but you never have to pay to watch an episode. You may have to wait a couple weeks. The level 3 members do get videos up to 3 weeks early, so you could be 3 weeks out from being able to watch the video, but I do release 5 videos every single week. Right now, we're releasing 2 for the Homestead Challenge series a week, and then alternating 2 for the Realistic Cattle Ranch series 1 week, and 1 for the 555 challenge, and the alternating week is 2 for the 555 and 1 for the Realistic Cattle Ranch challenge. So, but that's going to be it for today's live stream, and I will see you guys in the next one.